Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. How are we all on a very, very steamy and sweaty and potentially incredibly hot day here in Almafusa, just outside Valencia in Spain at the Autet Racing Club for the 2022 EFRA 18 IC Track Euros. It is hot, hot, hot. The forecast for about 4 o'clock this afternoon is for 41 degrees centigrade, which is 100 and a lot, 6 I think, 105. Anyway, it's too much for us lean-livered Northern Europeans, but we will brave it for you to bring you the coverage. What's that coming up today, Nick, I hear you ask? Well, we have 2 rounds of qualifying, followed by lunchtime, a 3rd round of qualifying, and then we have Superpole. So just to give you an idea of how the day is going to run as we wait for the first of the round 3 of the qualifiers to go out. And the feedback's back already, hurrah. So look at the time schedule for today. So basically we are already at 10 o'clock. We go right through from round 3 of qualification, round 4 of qualification. Apologies, dust in my throat. And there's 9 heats of qualifying, and they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. So we aren't alternating the start point of any of the heats at any point. Then we have a lunch break, local time, 1:15 to 2:15. Then we have the final round of qualification, which ends about 20 to 4. And then at 4:30, which again all CET, so work out where you are. In Portugal or England, it's an hour early. If you're in Finland or Bulgaria, it's an hour later. It's then the Superpole, which will take us to 5 o'clock. So there were originally finals planned for today, a couple of finals. That's not happening now. So all the finals are tomorrow, no chance of rain. So we're having a whole day of finals tomorrow. But today, obviously, the highlights are 3 rounds of qualifying and the Superpole. Good morning to everyone who is with us on all the various platforms. Don't forget, you could be watching us on RC Racing TV's Facebook, on EFRA's Facebook, on EFRA's YouTube, on Red RC's YouTube, or, of course, on the YouTube of RC Racing TV. My name is Nick Damon. I have the McCallum team with me. I have Jude McCallum on camera, and behind, doing really all the clever bits, it's Matt McCallum. And thank you to EFRA for getting this all together and providing a large portion of the finance. In fact, virtually all of this one. And this is the way they support motorsport in Europe. And if you kind of wonder, what do I get out of EFRA? The answer is not only the burgeoning growth that they're trying to inspire within the sport, but also this coverage comes because of EFRA. And if you look around the world, they're the only governing body who do this and should be applauded. And what I need to do is check some stuff. So just making sure everything's up and running, because that's always a key point of when we turn on. Is everything up and running? Yes, everything is up and running. If you want to chat, the best place to chat to us is on the RC Racing TV YouTube. That's the one which we'll be looking at, and we have a couple of chats already from Cycling and RC saying, hello everyone, thanks for bearing the heat for us. Well, yeah, we're very brave we are. And then good luck to all the drivers as well. So the first heat is about to start. The running round they were doing before was their 3-minute warm-up. They've done the 3-minute warm-up, and now it's time for their race. It's Alfonso. They're starting 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alfonso Esperanza, Jorge Peruga from Spain will go off first. Then it's Steph Van Pook from Monaco, Augustin Rodriguez from Spain, Javier Correblan from Spain, Miguel Puchal from Spain, Juan Luis Mayoga from Spain, and Stephen O'Connor from Ireland. And down they go. Take the first one out. Jude. So, if you weren't with us yesterday, and all of you were, across all our platforms, lovely to have you. Give you a little bit of a chance to have a look at the track and take you around here. So that's the timing loop there, the white line. They come to this big kink before the pits. Pits is on his right into the hairpin. And you've got the inner sweep, and they've got the wider, faster corner where they pass the scoreboard up the main straight, back straight into the sweeper, and they come back almost kind of a mirror image of the other end before they go in a little tighter area this time again. There's a little kind of three-corner there. You go slight right or left, and an A-sharp right. That tends to catch some of these guys. And you see this, obviously, this is obviously the first heat, so what you're seeing here is a very large amount of respect given to the apex of the corner. Just going round it in a as fast as they can curvy way. But when you get to the slightly faster drivers, and the faster drivers are probably going at least 2 seconds lap quicker than this. Not at least, about a second, 1.8 seconds lap faster than this. It does change entirely. But hanging on to these 75 mile an hour missiles is a challenge in itself. With the white machine now, and that I assume is car number 8. I could be wrong. No, it's car number 1 come through, and that is Stefan Pook from Monaco. Oh, that didn't work very well. Patrick Hay managed to spin out there. Let's have a look at that one again. All looking good here. He braked on the white line, and that was it. Off he goes into the boondocks. And that little error for Steph cost him 7 seconds. Got a couple of other cameras. Let's show you where they are. This is our main camera operated by Jude, and we come down, have our famous hairpin camera. I say it's famous. Oops, no, I've actually... Oh, he's got the camera's round the other way today. 2 and 3 are a different way round. We've disconnected, so I've caught that up entirely. Anyway, won't be the first of us. Anyway, we've got some more cameras here. This main camera is with Jude. The other camera is our famous hairpin camera, and I say it's famous because we've had this shot every single time we've been here at our TET, and this is, I think, we think it's our 4th visit. It might be our 5th visit over the course of the... oh, no, that's not good either. I'm sorry to do this to you, but I'm going to have to show that one again as well. Comes off in, just slides over and hits the bottom. That's the dedication to the podium plaque. These hit there. And Jude has rightfully decided, if we've embarrassed that man enough, let's put somebody else on the camera. And the other person on the camera is car number 2. And that's what we obviously let's watch him down the straight, because we've got our famous wow, there you go, quick camera there. I'm trying 3 or 4 different versions. I think the sun's not quite right for that one at the moment. It'll look better later in the day. I'll try again in a second. Try and work out where it is. We're all setting up at the yard. Got some stuff planned for later in the day. Obviously, the highlight will be Superpole coming up at 4:30 local. So a whole day of qualifying prize. That was a highlight as well for you qualifying lovers. Despite, if you are actually looking at the qualifying ranking lists on my RCN, despite what it says, where it seems to be thinking it's single fastest run, I chatted with Javier Garcia, the president of EFRA, yesterday. He's here, and he assures me it's best 3 out of 5 on points. So this could be interesting if we don't have ranking lists that actually in any way line up with what we expect to get. So I may have a difficulty in telling you who's where. But I expect what we'll do is we'll have a conversation at lunchtime and try and get this sorted out so we can work out what's going on. But there's always a bit of confusion early on. So the finishing now, and it's 13 laps, 4:01 for Miguel Belda, as is predicted. The fastest we've seen is a 15 in, I think, 4 minutes 13. Qualifying tends to be run on a 4-minute rotation, mainly because they obviously have to run about 4 minutes 30 to include the final lap, and that's about the limit of the tank size. These cars are burned through the fuel. Also, of course, the other problem they've got is that it's very, very hot. You have to run the cars richer when it's hot. Anyway, that's the result for the first one. Spain, Ireland, the whole phalanx of Spaniards, and then Monaco. And you can see the best time was the Miguel Puchal, 13:4:01. So, first of the qualifiers is underway and gone and taken place and happened. Hello to Forment, she's back again. Hello, man. Texas Hill Country Custom Homes. Man, I wish this track was in my backyard. Are you actually in Texas? Because it's 4 in the morning if you are. Sup, Texas. Then a Texas Hill could be anywhere, couldn't it, really? Cyclone and Texas know each other. If you are in America and it is 4 in the morning, that's impressive stuff. So Heat 2 just about to start rolling. And here we go, it's Francisco Mundi in 7, Alberto Monicao in 8, and it's Tony Fawn, who's been one of the quickest people in this heat so far, in 9. Miguel Leva in 1, Carlos Mas in 2, Adil Chamchum in 3, Jose Luis Brecha in 4. Then it's Richard Furter of Austria in 5, and Manuel Picon Rodriguez in 6. Just like to say congratulations to Neil Cragg, obviously well-known European off-road and electric racer, former world champion from 2005, who's had his first baby this morning, where him and his wife has. Rupert Robin Michael Cragg was born yesterday. So congratulations to Mr. Cragg and his family. It's always nice to have a good news story. Yep, Texas Hill is up all night, 4 in the morning, over in the good old US of A. Amazing. I'm impressed by the dedication of our viewers, I must admit. Hello to you on the EFRA Facebook page. Hello to you on the RC Racing TV Facebook page. So if you want to have a chat with us, just come over to the RC Racing TV YouTube. You will need to subscribe, as that's intended to reduce the amount of spam. We got a bit botted yesterday, but managed to cut them down. But even so, that's the idea, is just to reduce the amount of botting spam by making you have to be a subscriber. You can stay subscribed, or you can unsubscribe immediately after you've made your pithy comment. It's entirely up to you. Okay, so the warm-up is finished. The cars are being pulled back into the pits. And we'll take the first car out, which should be the 7, though it looks like it's the 6. It's the 9, actually. Oh, no, there he comes now. They haven't quite finished doing the weird dance of what do I do next. Should be the 7 of Francisco Mundi Chias, and there he goes. Down the bottom of the track. Right, the circus bit first. That, of course, first 3 quarters that don't count. Now it's counting. And Mundi off and down the straight. Shoots through. See, already rubbing a little bit closer to the apexes than we saw in the first heat. Obviously, they've been seeded all the way up to heat 9 based on the new enough. You can see the sun now shining on those cars. They come absolutely reflects right off the body shell. And you see this great shot. This, you see them. They turn in. The sun reflects off. They brightly blind the camera, and then they go as it goes to the left, to the right, out to the right. I'm not sure what he's doing. It all goes back again. So you can see where the sun's coming. It's a very, very bright day. There is not a cloud in the sky. And there's going to be 41 degrees on the track. Let's drop back one, Jude, to the white car. Remember, a lot of white cars. But yesterday, Mr. Juan Can, the famous Spanish painter, has been getting a lot of work here. And that is the 9 of Tony Fawn, who, as I said, has been the fastest man in this heat all through. Look at that, yes, it ran all through the day, all through yesterday, should I say. So possibly, oh, Tony, that wasn't very good. You're on the grass. You know, singing your praises, and you're on the grass. So power on, they go up the straight here, and then they go sweep round this corner. Tony, obviously these cars, you do need to be able to accelerate and brake. I know that sounds silly, but a lot of electric cars, you don't actually really have to really use the brake. You just let knees off and they kind of use their natural back EMF, so the four-wheel drives. Cars are set up unlike anything you'll see in the real world, actually outside possibly an oval car, because they have a solid rear axle. There's no differential. There's obviously a clutch as well, but when they slow down, they're just slowing down on the engine, on the compression. And even that will disengage after a point. We pick up the orange car. Oh dear. It's the orange car now behind Tony Fawn, and that is the 4 machine of Jose Luis Bolecha Gonzalez. So yes, they've got a solid rear axle, foam tyres, of course, which is an interesting thing to start with. There's not massively interesting, to be honest, in itself in these 4-minute qualifying heats. It's very interesting in the finals because the tyres constantly wear down and they get smaller and smaller and smaller. So your final drive ratio keeps changing. So solid rear axle, no differential, and one-way bearings on the front. And what that means is that, I don't know if you aren't aware of what a one-way bearing is, it means it grips one way and freewheels the other. So if you were to take a front wheel and spin it in the direction it should go, it'll just flow naturally, just like any other bearing. If you try and put it the other way, it locks. So it's actually so when the cars, these are four-wheel drive, when they're under power, they're actually getting four-wheel drive. As soon as they're off power, the front wheel is freewheeling. So they have no braking there. They just use it for traction, and when they brake, there's nothing happening. So the brakes then have to be activated on the rear of the car in the normal way, because they actually don't have any braking because it's freewheeling on the one-way bearings. This obviously is something they've developed in many, many years, and is the quickest way of driving them. But it is a very interesting design they have. Four-wheel independent suspension, of course. They've got shocks and springs and shocks on every single corner. And, of course, aero with the body shells, incredibly important in these cars because they're going so quickly. Aero really does work. It's arguable in some other people why they're bothering with this and that, but aero is incredibly important for these cars, as important as the engine. Hence the reason people keep spraying up new bodies is because, a little bit of damage, which isn't really a problem on an off-road car, is intrinsically an issue. And the way the bodies are sculpted, they're driving the air, they're trying to move the air over the wings. They're basically flying wings. They haven't really got cockpits. And what they try and do is get the air also flowing over the cooling elements it needs. They've got an air intake, and they've also got a cooling head for the engine. And that'll be very important at this point, given how hot it is. And they flow out to the wings, and then all the wings have a little kind of extension, a kind of gurney flap, which is signed off by EFRA. It's actually one of the parts of the scrutineers. Wing height, gurney flap, are all very carefully monitored. So you can't just, so you have to run a car that is a homologated body shell to certain heights. They've got a nominal cockpit painted out, but realistically, if you look at the amount of space, you need to be of very, very limited stature. Danny Pedrosa couldn't fit in these cockpits, put it that way. You need to be about 4'2". So it could be driven by a 9-year-old, which might be possibly illegal on several reasons. So hello to Mark Bean from the Netherlands. How are you? And morning from Germany to Kevin. Hello, Kevin. Good morning, everyone. Don't forget that thumbs up, says this. I don't need the like button. At Kevin, how much a gallon of nitro in Germany? Blimey, 16%, 55 euros. Wow. So nitro about 10 euros a litre, it's only 16%. Of course, the Americans are using at least 25. Perhaps 20. Of course, we've got the new European regulations about nitro content this year. Maximum is now 16%, and in the past we used to get 40% nitro. And it's slowly eased down. Not for any other particular reason. Obviously, the nitroglycerin in it is explosive, and now it's sort of a semi-restricted substance, because theoretically you can make a bomb out of it. Why you'd want to, I don't know. But good morning, Total RC Pro. How are you? You could make a bomb out of it, but it's gone down to, I think, 25, and now it's 16. There is a dispensation for the World Championships up the road at Redovan in about 4 weeks' time. They'll be using 25%, but they have to get dispensation, I think, from the EU, or certainly from the Spanish government, and all the fuel is being heavily controlled. So, a lot less nitro than methanol-based fuel now. Not a consternation about that, but it's the law. So what do you do? And it is the same for everybody. So, what do? You just have to suck it up, as they say. So next up will be Heat 3. They're just doing their warm-up now. There are 9 heats. Certainly, the top heat is very much top heat in this. They come out the first 6 or 7 scores in both of the rounds so far. I've been in that top heat. So we have Alberto Fernandez starting slightly first, but car 7. Jorge Rivera in 8, and Alicia Botticelli in 9. Those are 3 all Spaniards. Marcus Sieber from Austria in the 1, and then Carlos Sanchez in 2. Juan Delgado in 3, and Eugenio Rodriguez in 4. That's 3 more Spaniards there. And Elliot Austin from Ireland in 5, and Carlos Macias Oris in 6. So basically what they're doing is they're not starting them off in any speed order. They just changed the start number. So I think they started with 1, then they went to 4, now they've gone to 7. I'm not sure they're going to go to 1 again, because that'd be a bit unfair on 1 getting 2 open starts. But in fairness, the guy who's won is the fastest person in that heat. But it is an advantage going out first. As Balestri said, he got stymied by Dario Balestri, who didn't have quite as good. He was TQ'd round 1, TQ'd for round 2 before at PH. But Balestri had not such a good second heat, and he said it was down to traffic. And one of the problems they have is that they are getting because these cars are so aero dependent, they're actually getting the issue getting Formula 1, where they start to feel the aero wash from the cars behind them. So the cars ahead of them, cars behind them start to feel the aero wash from the cars ahead of them. That's not making any sense there for a second. Apologies there. Right, so once again, we're going to follow the first car out, which should be Alberto Fernandez. The officials are all in blue today, blue T-shirts. That's the head of President of A car there. They had red shirts yesterday, so it's big guessing on what colour they're going to have tomorrow. I'm going to go for green, but it might be yellow. Actually, it might be yellow, I think, actually. So this is the freebie. Not that free. I'm quite sure he did that, but we'll stick with him. So he's come round all right, and then he's just kind of, I think he may have understeered off there. Anyway, that's a bit of grass cutting. He's off and running now down the main straight. This is the 7. The car waiting there to start its run. And that was an 18.6. Got a car behind him. Nice driving there to let him through. And we're picking up now with that yellow machine. Very, very quick compared to the others. And that is the number 1 of Markus Sieber from Austria. Blue with a yellow flash. It's quite nice. He's got 2 cans of paint out there for that one. Cutting the hairpin very fine indeed there. We reckon they're doing about, the fastest guys hit about 70 before they have to break up the straight. With a reader, and I've seen 110 clicks. And obviously 112 clicks is 70 miles an hour. So I think that's what it is. But it's around that speed. But they carry a huge amount of that speed in that first corner. The awful lot cars have a huge amount of grip on foam tyres, and they're no additive anymore. The tyres are very carefully marshalled in scrutineering. The whole bag, you basically get a new set of tyres straight out of the bag every single time. And once you're in that area, you can't substitute anything else. They are, of course, looked at after the round. People look at the tyres, make sure they've got a decent set, but they all come straight out of the bag every single run. And Dario talking about perhaps using a set for a second time. Looking at the used tyres. Matrix are the standard supplier for these ones. We're not, there's a tender, and they bid and they won the supply for the tyres. This all came around because about 8 years ago it started to get very, very contentious about tyres, and not the actual tyres themselves, because the tyres are foam tyre is much less different than, for example, I don't know, a hot race tyre against AKA or the Proline tyre would be. It's not they got different tread patterns, it's just a sure rating of foam, and the way the foam is and the foam is probably easy to buy. So often the wheel that made the difference, to be honest. But there was a lot of talking about additive, and there was pictures of people in the back of their cars sneakily doing something, and when additive was banned, it was then still, people were still looking at a way to get an advantage of the tyres, because I think I said many times before that it doesn't really matter what motorsport you're involved in. The most important part is always the tyres, because that's the only thing that transmits the power, all the steering inputs to the ground. We're now with the orange car of car number 6, which is Carlos Marcos Ruiz. 40 seconds to go, Carlos. So, and people were kind of looking at ways of getting advantage and getting extra grip. And so, I remember one year we had everyone with the tyres were free, but then they were using digital sniffers to see if they could tell there's an additive on it. And eventually got our hands. They said, all right, what are you going to do? For the European Championship, you're going to have a standard tyre supplier. All the tyres will be impounded, you'll be given just before a race, and knock yourself out. So that's what happens. Because obviously what's happened is the tyre controversy seems to have gone away. So it worked, basically. So I think this is the last lap for the 6th car. He also definitely missed a lap, I'm afraid. No, he's got one. No, he's got one more. So he did make a trip to the pits, and he's still going to end up with a 13. So that's the end of heat 3. Oh dear, 69 megas back. Mensch, nitro content is always measured by percent by volume, just like the alcoholic beverage of your choice. It's exciting. Texas Hill Country Homes to go fast even with a low percentage of nitro. Yeah, I mean, it's still quite a lot of power. Now we'll talk about how strong... aren't they Capricorn tyres? They're all in Matrix boxes, so I assumed it was Matrix. I think Capricorn make tyres, actually. They made... But the boxes have been supplied, say, Matrix on the side of them. Now, that could just be because they put in a bucket, so... Total RC process here in Spain, which is where we are as well. You can buy both 16 and 25%, but to buy 25, you need to claim and get a license. The police come to your home once a year to check where you are and put nitrogen in the safe. It's like having a gun. Wow, it's amazing. That is, wow. I mean, it's like treated like a criminal just because you want to have some powerful fuel. They look like, well, no, yeah, Daniel, I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just that the boxes I saw were Matrix. I didn't actually ask what they were, but they were all the Matrix boxes. So I think they're Matrix tyres. Now, I wasn't aware Capricorn actually made a tyre. I know they are actually the most popular chassis. We found out yesterday with 21% of the field. So the warm-up starts, but that's interesting. What I'll do, Dan, is I'll go and have a chat at lunchtime, just check, but I'm pretty sure they come in a Matrix box. So, I mean, it's very likely that Capricorn may get their tyres from Matrix, but thank you for that feedback. I'm amazed you need to have a license for fuel, but I suppose, I mean, the theoretical is, obviously in the wrong hands, nitromethane in the nitro fuel could be extracted. The weird thing is that obviously we sit here with all our equipment, and I'm sure anyone who's gone abroad, all our equipment is sitting in the open air, being doused by nitromethane and methanol fumes everywhere. And you know, when you go through customs, you go through security, they kind of swab them down, and they're looking for, you know, nitro. In the 10, 12 years we've been doing this, when we went out to where did we go? It went out to Italy for an RCGP. No, went out to Portugal for the 1/8 Nitro Championship a few weeks ago. The first time we'd ever, inverted commas, failed the nitro swab. Because they swabbed it, they found some residue of nitro, so they went, oh, that's not very good. And then they did that was their basic one. They took another swab with their more detailed machine and said, no, it's fine. So you kind of wonder what they're really looking for. Hello from Oz, Kiora from Oz, this is Ross Williams. Not Oz from New Zealand, I do apologise. Because the O and the N's there with Oz. Nothing like Oz, it's New Zealand. New Zealand, mate. Hello to Ross Williams from New Zealand. Total RC Pro now, tell my wife why cops come to my home. Ah, very good cover that is, isn't it? Texas Hill Co just bought his very first Nova Rossi. The new red. Oh, water. Thank you, Jude. And Ross says it's at 8:40 p.m. over in New Zealand. Kevin's waiting for the new Nova engines. Yeah, there's a couple of the guys there with Nova shirts here, so they're testing them out there. Before mentioned, nice mix of manufacturers on top of the timing sheets. Yep. We've got Mugen, Shepherd, Capricorn, Infinity, Serpent. I think they haven't got their cars quite dialed in, but they have looked quick at other times. There's only one ARC here. And X-Ray had the very, very talented Filippo Domani, the young 13-year-old from Italy. But they're not really. I mean, I don't think Martin Hoodie would mind me saying this, but they've kind of dropped a little bit of focus on the nitro side of things, track surgery recently. My guess is it's a couple of reasons for that. Obviously, it's one of the smaller classes. And of course, this is an off year for the World Championships as well. So it may well be that they're planning to have a little bit of a kick up for next year when there's a World Championship in this class. I don't know whether it is in this class. I should really, but there we go. Right, let's get underway with the real thing. And we'll take the first car out, which should be the 7. And that would be Jose Luis Sanchez. We've got Didier Parsi from Monaco. We've got Francisco Vidal from Spain. Juan Ferraz from Spain. Manuel Sendan from Spain. Fabrizio De La Polo from Italy. Carlos Sanchez from Spain. Gianluca Del Cilio from Switzerland. And Nuno Alvaro from Spain in this one. But we are with the 7, I believe, it is the red and white car of Jose Luis Sanchez Fuentes. It gives me his full double surname, which of course is what Spain traditionally do have, both surnames. The first one tends to get used in general, sort of, that's the same as the rest of Europe, but the second one obviously is their surname of their mother, and that is in their full listing of their surnames. 7 car down. That car doesn't look particularly quick down the straight. It's often deceptive. Sometimes the colour of the car can affect how fast it actually looks. Going through for a lap again. Just did a 18.1. Next one round 18-2. Ooh, who's that winding around the circuit? It's taken Jude's attention, so we're now with the multiple coloured car that's having a bit of a steering problem there. Steering problem? Steering problem. Oh, he's still got a steering problem. He's not very confident, is he, about what's going on? And he has to get to this part of the track before I can see the number properly. And it is number... at that point I didn't see it properly. It's 6 or 8. That's quite embarrassing. So it's the 6 or the 8. Whether Dide Parisi or Nino Alvaro. Okay, I think it's more likely the 6. Look again. These old Aussies can't see what's going on. Yeah, it's the 6 of Alvaro and Nino Alvaro. This makes it hard to tell. It's actually kind of put the sticker of the number over kind of a flow mark on the rear, so it's not quite straight. That's my excuse for not being able to tell between a 6 and 8. Very nice car paint-wise, so happy honestly there. Happy with his paint choices. Hopefully he is. And now he's rolling, he's doing 18.9, so there's not a lot of pace in that car. You can see actually as it turns, it looks a little bit kind of, yeah. And that's not the line at all. So whatever he's done to it, obviously being in heat 4, he's more than capable of going quicker than this. Whatever he's done to that car, or whatever's happened to it in the previous accident, he's going to need to work on it when he gets back to his bench. With my advice, let's drop back 1. Well, he's now won 4 blocks. He's let him go. We realise he's struggling. There's another man who's actually just found multiple cans of paint. He's got orange and blue and yellow on that machine. Look, line up and fire as it was coming out of that corner. And that is the 9 machine of Francisco Vito Cardona. He's doing 17.7, so you can see he's almost, best part of 3/4 second faster than the car behind him. Which is actually hot. I think there's a problem with the brake on that car. It's just, when it slows down, it's fishtailing nastily. So he's just running around to get the experience, but he's going to have to do some work on it. Round through the hairpin, back on the inner swoop. Under the scorecard, down the fast straight, into corner 1, whoosh, there he goes. And it accelerates on, we're down to about 17 seconds to go. So, just tripped out a little bit wide on the hairpin. Gets the speed nice there. Oh, and again, they just turned in. The way you kind of turn these cars in the throttle, you can see occasionally just dipping around. They just got a little bit too much. I think it was over-rotating, and you just had it come out of the throttle, get back to straighten up again, and a little bit of steering as well. And that costs you a couple of tenths each time you do that. Is this going to be his last lap? It is. So 9 now will call into the pits. Get picked up. Have a look and go, well, I was third. I got a 14 in 4:16.8. Now I'll live with that one. So that is the end of the 4th heat of 3rd round in qualifying. Don't forget BMT, says Kevin, regarding the chassis we got here. N over Rossi is good to me, old on you. Ross Williams, I'm building a Brushes F1 banger or superstock car here in New Zealand. Wow. Hello from France, says Rameau de Rennes. Comments about the engines. HP the engines, OS based. Rear wheels. Says Total RC Pro. I know that he's talking in the conversation, talking to me. Fabian, what do you know Nova Rossi is dead? I think Nova Rossi firm went bust a while ago. They may be resurrected. That's who Nova are. Kevin, it takes only run RB engine one time by 110. The beginning of RC was Serpent. OS is way better, says Fabian. Okay. Nova in Mexico, Mexican language, it means death. I thought Nova was new in Italian. Nova, I thought in Spanish, because when they produced the Vauxhall Nova, it means no go in Spanish. Which was not a great name for a car, the no go. But again, all this is very apocryphal. It may be untrue. So if Nova does mean no go in Spanish, we have a Spaniard on here, don't we? You could tell it'd be great. Well, now, new Nova Rossi brand is coming, and looks strong with Lamberto Calari. Lamberto is here. Not a real world, but I'm going to say the winningest driver as far as World Championships are concerned in RC history. Won them all in 1/8, but he won a lot. Total RC Pro says Nova means nothing on Mexican. Maybe Spanish, also Mexican, the Latin means new. It means new in both Spanish and in Italian. Latin and Italian means new. I always thought that Nova meant no go, which is why they had problems with the Vauxhall. So, yeah. That's my feeling about it. I could be wrong, obviously, and I have been wrong before. I know it's hard to believe. Hello to everyone watching on EFRA and RC Racing Facebook page. Hope you're having a good morning. So who's up next? Nova in Mexican means death. That's why there's no Chevy Novas in Mexico. Now, Ross, I thought that it actually meant no go. That was the story I heard about the Chevy Nova and the Vauxhall Nova. Was it meant it didn't work, like no go? But it might mean death. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd love to know if anyone speaks Spanish. Can tell me if Nova does mean by Spanish I mean in mainland Spanish from here, from Spain, rather than obviously South American Spanish. There's very heavy dialects around that. Okay, they're coming in now for heat number 5. Jorge Martinez will be first off. And then we will have Vincenzo Garcia, both Spanish, and 2 Portuguese, Jorge Prata and Jose Felix, and Edward Lack from Switzerland, Christian Lopez from Spain, Jose Blanco from Spain, Ty Connolly from Ireland, and Jose Angel Gutierrez will be over well. But we're going to go off with the first car, which should be Jorge Martinez in his lovely white and blue. It's quite a nice looking body shot. You can't see all the details, I think, in the camera, but there's some quite nice flashes on that. And he's used more than one can, so he obviously gets a vote from me on that one. Underneath now, accelerating away. Down the main straight. A little kink is much trickier than it looks. First lap in the books with a 7 was an 18.2. Didn't look like an 18.2, a little bit better than that, but I'm not overly sure, obviously, about the track should be quick because it's cooler than it's going to be the rest of the day. Oh, that didn't work. It's just beginning to get a bit of flow. It's got the problem that the last car that was released had a bit of a leisurely run down, and now he's finding himself slightly, I'm sure his eye's been taken out of it. Now the car needs to get out of the way, and it does. Well done. Good driving by the 6. So 6 should have gone off last. Yes, that would explain why. There he is. That is the 6 of Jose Angel Gutierrez. And now he has to let another car through. Oh, he should have let that car through. That's not going to be very popular. I mean, I don't think it wasn't deliberate. It's all a misunderstanding. We're now with that orange car. Orange and white. Orange and white is always right. And this is car, I think this is car 7 or 5, or is it? I can only see the numbers at this point here. And it's the 8 of Vicente Garcia. None of these guys are troubling the top of the timing screen. As you can see, that's Eduardo Delac from Switzerland in this Heat 5. We're now right in the middle of the pack. So, some quality drivers in this one. Firing up the straight. Bang, 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 in fact. Sounds a little bit like I'm from people who just did nothing saying that randomly, but... Slug of water as the temperature increases. So back 3, there's a white car at the back of that queue. That's number 2. That actually is Eduardo Delac, who I think is our fastest driver. He's obviously scoring negative points for his propensity to paint it in one can of white paint, but as I say, there's a lot of people who are painting up new bodies all the time here as they put a bit of damage on the ones they want. So he may have bought 2 or 3 and then you think, no, they're new ones. Now he's got some traffic issues and kind of looked like the car ahead of him, which is the 9, was thinking about letting him through and then decided not to. So a little bit of a race going on here. It's going to annoy Delac, but that's qualifying for you. It's not a race, and it's down to the 9 cars to decide if he needs to let the 2 behind him. They are the thing is, they're doing the same lap times now, but is that because Delac is sort of timing himself? The green car ahead of them is having an absolute blooming nightmare. That thing is fishtailing everywhere. Managed to get past quite nicely. Got a dead car, but that's just one of those things. A couple of cars have got problems. The 1 and the 8 have both got issues. This has left Clive Connolly in with the overall fastest time. Delac's losing time now. Oh, blimey, he could win for that one, didn't he? This is going to end in tears, is my prediction. Delac absolutely sent it into that first corner following the fast sweeper. And there's an element now where I don't think that Raul Prata, Jorge Prata, is going to be on Delac's Christmas card list. They've got one more lap to go. Definitely, this has cost... Well, I think definitely. I'm pretty sure Delac has ended up losing a couple of seconds in the... But this is what else are you going to do? This is qualifying sometimes. Both together. Is Delac going to throw it up again? Not this time, and he actually overshot. So I would think some element of frustration for Delac there. Don't appear to be any after, so that's okay. Jude, have you got the card in there still? So, unfortunately, Connolly, I think, ran out of fuel. He didn't make the trip on that one, as you can see, down with 13.352. So, unfortunately for the Irish fans there, it was Jose Blanco who got it. Jorge Martinez second. Edward Delac from Switzerland. Yeah, only a 0.6 second back. I'm sure he must be pretty irritated by it. Well, Jorge Prata wasn't that much slower, so, you know, one of those things with qualifying. Clive Connolly, Christian Lopez, Jose Angel Gutierrez, Vicente Garcia, and Jose Felix didn't get the trip. All right, the chat's got away from me here. Max Power is Nova based. Not a problem with that. Okay. They use Novas for hot rods in New Zealand. Spanish Death is Muerta, that's right, but it's this Mexican Death thing is not right. I was wondering whether the Nova thing of being no-go in Spanish is true. I don't know. There's a conversation about motors going. If you join the chat on the RC Racing TV page, you can join the chat about motors, about which ones are good and which ones are bad. I could join in, but I must admit, my knowledge of the qualities of nitro motors are quite low. as the only racing I've really ever done is electric. What can I say? So the next one up, and obviously it's practice first, but the next one up will be round seat 6. So we're the 9 heats, so we are getting towards the business end. We've got Anton Gachet in 7, Gerard Coyonet in 8, Valentin Luca Alesi in 9. So we'll start with the 9, not now, but when they go, we'll start with the 9. And then we have Simone Nardi in 1, Sartor Cristiano in 2. Well, a couple of these are out the wrong way. Cristiano Sartor in 2. Silvio Pipolato from Germany in 3. Not in 3, but number 3. Nacho Lopez Lynch has been fast in this heat in 4. The Spaniard Mattia Calavo from Italy in 5. And Iker Sabrit has also been quick in this one. So either Nacho Lopez or Iker Sabrit have looked the fastest, but days change, things change, people tune up, and there's quite a narrow spread actually in these middle heats, sort of heats 4, 5, 6, and even up to the sort of middle of 7. There's nothing really much to choose between the drivers. It's really down to who had the better qualifying, who had a bit more luck, who happened to nail the laps as to where they got into. But you could probably pull any of those 30-odd drivers, 25-odd drivers, and they'd be, and you put them in a row, and one day there'd be an order, and the next day it'd be completely different. And the guy who was first might be 25th, which is great. Shows the strength and depth of the class. Time locally now is 1 minute past 11. It's heating up. I don't know it's quite got to 37 yet. I think it's getting there close. It's on its way to 41 degrees Celsius. Let's see what my oh my god, it's flipping hot says. It says it's only 32 at the moment now. So it's going to rise another 6 degrees in the next couple of hours. That'll be fun. So when you see me slowly dissolving in a pool of my own sweat, I've done it for you. We've been talking about engines. Just we do have a list of the engine brands, and it's very, very diverse, to put it mildly. I think the biggest was the Lazy Tuned and Max Power. Max Power had the most with 19%, Lazy Tuned 18%, and OS at 18%. But you've got Hassi Tuned, VS Roddy, Reds, Pico, TB Revo, Reds, it's Nova engines, there's 2 of those, and FX is 2 of those as well. So there's a massive range of engines available. Okay, so pick up the 9 and press record. It'll be young Luca Alesi. I think he's 10. Daniel Alesi's son. With Sabrina, who was obviously Sabrina Leichner, who we spoke to yesterday, and was obviously he's got a good pedigree. And there he goes, braking and accelerating. And let's see what the young man can do over a couple of laps. And let's see if you could do that if you were 10 or 11 years old. Had a problem in the second qualifier yesterday, and I've never seen a more distraught-looking child who was sitting in his chair, just in abject misery. He didn't cry, but in abject misery for about 15 minutes. It's quite sweet, actually, because you got a little bit of a pat on the shoulder from Pietro, and then Filippo Tamani, the 13-year-old, came and gave him a big hug. It was really sweet. I do like to see people supporting each other, and it was a very sweet thing to see. The guys, really trying to support the young lad. He's had a bit of a bad run, and now he's come. It was something. I saw him at dinner, and he was having a pizza with chocolate. He was back good again, so that was fine. So, as you can see, he's in the middle of the pack at the moment. But if you're doing this at 10 or 11, where are you going to be at 15 is the question. I think he's 10. Okay, you can just drop back one and stop recording. And here we have the one machine of Simone Nardi, who's also a junior, so he's under 18. From Italy. Currently scored in. Everyone's really quite close in this one, as you can see. Look, the overall lap times are all between 2:02 and 2:04. Well, a couple out there, the top 7 within 2 seconds. Drop back one more. And we've got a battle here between the 2 and the 4. The 2 is the 4, so it's the 2 which is Cristiano Sartor, and the 4 which is, as I said, Nacho Lunch in the red car. And I must admit, Nacho has seen one of... Oh, see, that was really well done by Cristiano. He just didn't lose much time himself. He's out. Let Nacho in the red and orange machine continue his way towards what is predicted to be a 14:08. So 14 laps in 4 minutes and 8 seconds. It's a very compact timing board, as you can see. Gets very tight in the midfield, and we're going to have some finals tomorrow where there is nothing to choose between all 10 cars in the race. It's always the way. The first couple of finals tend to be obviously very spread out, and then you get into a meat of things where literally anybody can win the race. It's just, there is an advantage obviously starting at the front because of the aero wash, but you know, the fuel stops, multiple fuel stops with less than 5 minute run time, and you haven't got people straggling, and it gets very, very exciting to who's going to get those 3 bump up slots during the finals. Last lap just coming up for Nacho. Now on for a 14.4, so freed the traffic. He's managed to get a bit of speed on. They'll go, and it is this man, Nacho Lopez, who picks up the top score, 14 in 4:04. Micah Sabarit, who's also been quick here, 14.407. So the same two who've been fast in the previous 2 rounds are fast now. And Luca Elasi ends up with a 14.409, but that puts him in 7th. So that shows you how tight it is. 5 seconds covering 7 cars. Getting very much towards the business end now. Heat 7. Is there a break between the 2 rounds? They just go straight across. Let's have a look. Nope, they just go straight across from group. So there's no break between 2 rounds of qualifying. So in this one, just revving their way up. Andrea Catazani starting first. He's actually the only person driving the BMT chassis here. Ross Williams, he loved the coverage, the 5th Euros. Nothing to do with me. But it was something to do with the other 2 members of the team, the 2 McCallums. Yeah, no VAR in Spanish for no go. Look at that. Look where Pico has gone. Nick is a fantastic driver. Yeah. My perfect match, my movement is... last TV. Good morning to Jackson Meneguzzi. How are you? Wishing good qualifying for his friend Edward Dulac. Must be the Brazilian Massive is in the house. So who is in this baby? Let's have a look. And the answer is, I press the correct button, which is now. Oh, that's just shouting. So you've got Andrea Catazani will start first, then Vicente Ires Ramos is second, Jose Paquito will start 3, and that's Italy, Spain, Portugal. Michael Salvin is currently bottom of the ranking list with 2 non-finishes from Germany in 4. Enzo Battistini in 5, Maxime Ripoll on the juniors is in 6. Ruben from France, both Battistini and Ripoll from France. 3 Spaniards now. Ruben Olivares starts with number 7. Eduardo Fernandez Escadon starts number 8. Victor Perez starts number 9. And then Luke Gabetti, another one of the juniors, starts on 10, car 6. So, Jude, we need to record car 10, which we'll start with. He's the 4th person off. Just a bit of recording some of these drivers for items we're doing. And features, which will come out over the coming days, months and years. Well, probably not years, to be honest. There's a lot of shouting going on. Someone needs an obligremer, driver. Excellent. Oh, he's doing all the shouting, but there's nope, someone's off the rostrum. Got a problem already for one of the X-ray cars. Oh, it's all going on here, isn't it? It was very lively little rostrum work here, I can tell you. So we'll start with car 10. There's Jill Salvin releasing him. And we'd let him out first. So Salvin, the vet, I mean, he really is a veteran. I mean, he's been doing this for about 40 years minimum. With his wife and his small child Mick in the pits. Jill does his pit work, and Mick apparently just mostly kind of sleeping and being a 3-year-old, which is quite sweet. Here we go. So Salvin with the Serpent needs to get a time in. Because I think he's thrown 2 results away already, so he needs to get a decent result at some point. Obviously, very much more focused on development now than actually winning European Championships. .17.9 first time round. A little bit of a trip there on the barrier. 18 flat. So yeah, they've not really got the ultimate speed. We've seen 17.6s elsewhere, but he just needs to get a couple of times in. Perhaps qualify a final below where he want to be, perhaps be in the 8th rather than the quarters, and then work for him. Whoa, dear, that was a bit of a tank slapper. Back up and running now. Let's take him across the line. And it's a 17. 19.4 with that squiggle. Okay, we can stop recording and move to back one. And there we go. It's the light green machine. Obviously, you have a whole lap before I can work out who it is, because I can't see the numbers at this point. Sometimes I get a bit of brief glimpse elsewhere, but this actually is number 2. And that's Maxime Ripoll. Why have these changed his shell since yesterday? But I could be wrong. A bit quite blind. This is the French youngster, 15 years old. On the X-ray. They've got 2 of the fastest juniors in their team. They don't really seem to have any of the established seniors running for them here. But they've got a good team of juniors. And Ripoll now, as you can see, catching Salvin up. Whoa, that didn't work well. I don't think that's going to be one of the greatest things that Maxime ever did. So let's look at that one again. So Ripoll wanted to get past. Oh, yeah, that's not good. Salvin's going to be unhappy about that. He's pleased he's carried on moving. That was an absolute rather over-optimistic move from the young Frenchman there. And we're now with the orange car. Let's see what that is. It is the orange machine of... Matt walked past me and I was trying to find out what it was. It's the orange machine. If you've caught the number, please tell me in a postcard. Goes down there and it's the 5. And that is our second place man, Victor Pelez from Spain. He's got 2 more laps to go, I'd say. Am I right? Am I wrong? Let's find out. It's another crazy timing system. If you look at the cars bouncing about up and down, pretty close. If they finish their last couple of laps, 14.405 is the forecast for this man here. Katazani, who's got that BMT, is forecast a little bit quicker. There they go. So Catanzani has won it with a 14.405 flat. Then Victor Pelez 14.405. Enzo Battistini, Luca Betti and the juniors. Eduardo Fernando Escadon. Michael Salvin got 6th in the end. Not a great time, but he just needs to get something on the board. Maxime Ripoll, I think, got called for a penalty, which dropped him well down. Vicente Eres Ramos is in 8th, and Jose Pérez in 9th, and Olivares Munez Ruben. So we're now getting ready for the top 2 heats. But yeah. Okay, so getting excited now for the penultimate heat of this round of qualifying. I think you're getting excited, all joining up. Just a minute, good boy, but thanks for transmission. Brazil is here to see how we could hit the Brazils. Yeah, performance in Ripoll's car looks much more agile than Circle at Salvan. That was right up until he did this. Oh, Maxime, you shouldn't have done that, should you? Ow. Poor old Michael. So a 15-year-old just... It's like some sort of terrible local news report. 15-year-old beats up senior citizen. Don't tell Michael I said that. It's good to see you all at the moment. Total RC Pro's going to work. Honestly, where's your commitment? So here we are. So it's Alvaro Fernandez in 1, Carmine Marola in 7, Carmine Marola in 8, Timo Lino in 9, Marco Weidling in 10, Jonathan Gandin in 1, Arnaud Mathieu in 2, Sergei Frank in 3. And then we have, I have to go to the other page now for this. And then we have Filippo Domani from Italy, the youngster, in 4. John Ehrman, the veteran from the Netherlands, in 5. And Thomas Eitard in 6. All going on here, as they say. And being used as a convenient leaning post now, which was useful. Evening to Johnny Tonto. How are you? From, I believe, Australia. Kevin says, I think Salvan's not happy with the setup of his 990. I think what I'd say is he's had a pretty bad run. He had problems in the first 2 heats. And you end up knowing you have to get a score in the next 3. And that immediately means you have to go conservative. You can't, and I think that was the problem. Obviously, one of the issues was he got clunked by Ripoll. Without being clunked by Ripoll, that definitely cost him 2 or 3 seconds. Now, those 2 or 3 seconds are many, many points. So the countdown continues. So first going to be Alvaro Fernandez, and we've got about 25 seconds before that happens. Timo Lino not really showing the pace probably I and he both expected, but there's plenty of time, and the finals are a different thing. I just want to try and get into as high a final as possible, to be honest. Take the first car out, which should be Fernandez. Oh. I pressed the save button there by mistake. And that's the internal memo just preventing things. What the hell did you do that for? Here we go. Nice and slow from Fernandez, and he's going to gun it as he starts the lap itself. So through the inner swoop, now out onto the main straight. So he's doing laps low 17s. The other behind him will also do low 17s. Got back 1. And that should be, and indeed is, the 8 of Carmine Raiola. Obviously many A finals made by Raiola in his time. The Italian running that kind of light grey colour, which off-white, which in many ways I think is a bit too much like the tarmac, but there we go. Mola and Fernando at the top. They're down to third now, and it's the young Italian Filippo Domani leading overall. There's space left. This is the penultimate heat. There is one more in this round. This is the second fastest bunch. Got back one more. I'm sure that car's been lapped. I think, oh yeah, he's got problems. Got problem down the straight, the 9 car there. That's Linu's. This is Tim Linu, but he's suffering. You can tell he's suffering. The car wasn't running clean down the straight at all. I'm sure we'll see that again next time. I don't know why he's not getting second gear, but it just seems to hit a brick wall down the back straight. Yeah, look, he's got real problems. Pulls out. Yep, drops back. So with the blue car, Lino suffering some sort of engine or gearbox malady. And this blue car is the 0, and that is Marco Weisling of Germany. Oh, that's not the fastest way around there. Lots of laps and noise. Dominin's dropped. I think he's still on for being the fastest. I'm not sure. Go back one more. Let's see who we get. And we get a very fast, I think that's number 1, I think that is. That could be Jonathan Gandin, who's, I say very fast, but appears to be right on the bottom of the time sheet. I'm thinking he's bumped right up now. Looked quick. Wasn't. 37 seconds to go for Gandin. We're not slow by any means. I'm not having a go at Jonathan. I thought he looked like he was absolutely top of the tree at that point. So about one more, let's see what we get. It's always exciting. Got the orange car 2. I should drop back one more, that white car behind, because the white car, that is Filippo Domani with the X-Ray, the young Italian, and he's 13. Now, I think he is on for something relatively good. Yep, he's still on the top of this timesheet, on for 14 in 4:01, so he's found a bit of form. Don't forget, TQ'd a couple of rounds at the 1/10th IC Championships back in Gubbio. And melding himself nicely into the track. And he has won the rounds. Not one round, he won the heat, because there's another one to come with the 10 fastest drivers. But great performance by Filippo. Picks it up with a 14.401. Alvaro Fernandez was second, Marco Weidling picked up third, 14.403, Carmen Raiola, and then another 3.444, and John Ehrman a little bit out. Then Tim Molina had a nightmare, and also a problem for Sergio Franch from 3, who I think probably ran out of fuel on the last lap. A few of them do. So Italy, Spain, Germany, France, Netherlands, sorry, do apologise. Spain and Finland. So here we go for the top heat. Nice to have you all with us. Hello to you all on EFRA's Facebook and RC Racing TV's Facebook. If you want to comment, please come over to the RC Racing TV YouTube page. Jackson Menegood says, gentlemen, please let's like the transmission. Oh, it's very nice. You want to like my transmission? Let's go for it. I'm not quite sure how these likes work. Is it, I don't know, is it not totally au fait with the modern YouTube algorithms, whether likes are particularly important or whether it's just views or whatever it is, but it can't hurt. So give us a like and then give us 50 quid each. That is a joke, everyone. Please do not give us 50 quid. So, who's doing what to whom in this one? A big shout from the side there. What is that all about? So, it'll be Alex Thurston off first, then Lamberto Colari second, and then Francesco Tironi, who's car 789, Sylvia Hackler in car 10. Then it's at the front of the grid, it goes Balestri in 1, Gruber in 2, Pietsch in 3, Greiner in 4, Kurzbirch in 5, and Mirko Salimi in 6. I said, well, due to the vagaries of, still haven't really got the order in the correct order. I can say, I'll give you chassis. So Pietsch is on a Mugen, Kurzbirch on a Shepherd, Greiner is on a Capricorn, Balestri on an Infinity, Tony Gruber is on a Shepherd. Alex Thurston and Mirko Salini are both on Capricorns. It's an Infinity for Francesco Tironi, and Silvio Hackler has an ARC, and then you've got an Infinity for Kalari. So that is your rundown of chassis. Kalari also ran the new Nova engines. Pietsch on the Lacey, Hassie tuned for Kurzbirch, Greiner a 1 engine, max power for Dario Balestri, a Lacey for both Gruber and Thurston, and then max power for both Salimi and Tironi. So realistically, it's a broad spread of chassis and a broad spread of engines. I don't want to be wrong, but I think no one's got the same combination. I don't think anyone's got the same combination of engine. Actually, no, in this heat of engine and chassis. So just goes to show there's a lot of good products out on the marketplace these days for you to enjoy your RC action with. Bedtime in Ross, you don't go to bed now, it's the top heat. Mike Owen, Kalari finally retires at the universe end. Probably, though Kevin says Kalari never retires. It's probably true. He hasn't retired for a while. Okay, let's get rolling. There's not very long to go. Cars being pulled in. Let's see what we can get as there is now just a few seconds. It'll be Thurston we take out as he is leading off. It's just done in notational order. There's no indication of speed in the heat. They just started on heat. Number 1 started in the first heat. Number 4 started second. Number 7 now. I'm not sure what they're going to do with 10 in the next one. Don't know. So Thurston, bright pink car, the only Brit in the event, running just outside the top. I think he's running about 5 or 6 overall. So certainly currently very confidently at the semi-finals, but not. Oh, he just immediately left the track for Kalari to go past him. So Kalari wanted the clean air, and Thurston wasn't prepared to wait. And now Thurston will fire it up. So first lap for Alex through the kink into the hairpin, and you can see already a lot more friendly with the apexes than the guys in the early heats were. So first lap for Thurston was a 17.7, so not quite on, but they do take it. Some of them build up a little bit to it. Whipping across the view there. So a lot of drives going here. Drop back 1, and that's Tironi. So Tironi himself is currently running about 3rd. It's interesting that the top, it's Pietsch and Gruber, Balestri, Kurzbirch. As a problem is, of course, the faster guys in the middle. Yeah. Thump on the rostrum, not sure what it was. So Tironi now with the Infinity. Comes over to complete a lap. And let's drop back one more now, please. To the 0 of Sylvia Hackler. The ARC, I think, chassis, I think he has. Someone's had some problems, I'm afraid. I think it's Thurston may have had problems, unfortunately. So Thurston's had a bit of a technical, he's gone back out again, he's had a bit of a technical tune-up issue and he's lost about 12 seconds. That's very bad luck for Alex. But you do have 2 drops in this situation. Okay, let's drop back one more. And that should pick up the, one more than that. Another one, that's Thurston again. The next one, this is the grey missile of Dario Balestra. Now, Pietsch has currently scored above him, and they were the TQs in the first 2 rounds. So, it's relatively hard to keep an accurate check on who's going where. But Balestra's got about 7/10 of a Gruber, but he's 300th of a second behind Rod Pietsch at the moment. Now he's a 10th ahead of Pietsch, so Balestra building up the speed again. Italian, Infinity, max power engines. Just stretching out the lead. That time round was another 16, but no, it's gone round because Pietsch did a 16 against a 17. In absolute time, there's a couple of tenths in it. Gets a bit of lappery. Can we drop back 2 or 3? Go back 3. Now this should be, I might be wrong, on my accurate thinking, this should be Pietsch, but I might be wrong. Because you sometimes, no, that's actually card 2, that's Garuba. So one more, please. And I'm hoping this is Pietsch, but again, they're all over the shop where the cars are. I've lost car 3 entirely, so, oh, there he is. He's a completely different part of the track. We missed him earlier, I'm sorry, this is, my ability to find Rob Pietsch was failed miserably, but let's see where he is overall. He's leading. Greiner there. Oh, someone's hit the barrier. Who was that? That was the 5, I think. Kersberg had a thump, so it's Tironi. But it's going to be who comes in on this lap. They're all changing. Balestra. No, it's Pietsch. They've got one more lap to go. Sorry, but they're both doing 15 lappers. Someone's finishing. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Not everyone's finished yet. Balestra is crossing the 14. What is Pietsch going to do? Oh no, Pietsch ran out of fuel. Pietsch ran out of fuel. Or is he waiting for his lap to come back again? This happened last time he didn't get his last lap. Now, what has happened there? You've got Balestra from Greiner. Pietsch may have run out of fuel. Not sure, but Dario seems, yes, so Dario's got this one. I don't know, I think Pietsch must have stopped in the last lap. I think Kersberg's a problem as well. So it's Balestra from Greiner, from Pietsch from Kersberg. So problems at the end there for it is Balestra. So points-wise, it's not a disaster for Pietsch because he got a 3rd. And it's obviously the fastest 14 lapper anyone has ever seen. But out of fuel, so the leader. Problem is the ranking list I'm going to now assess is not going to give me any information because it's going to be wrong. Because they're still doing it, I think, on single fastest lap. Let's have a look. Oh no, hooray, it's updated, it's doing it properly now. So, with 2 to count, it's Balestra who's got it in the currently leading with two top scores. Pietsch is in second with a 1st and a 2nd. Kersberch is in third with the second and the third, tied with Gruber. They both, Greiner, Dominic Greiner. So they've both got second and third. Tony Gruber's in fifth with 10 points, same many points as Mirko Salimi. Alex Thurston is seventh. Hackler is eighth. Tironi is ninth. Carmine Raiola is 10th. Filippo Damani is 11th. Kalari is 12th. Vidalink is 13th. Arnaud Mathieu is 14th. Thomas Atard is 15th. And it's Alvaro Fernandez who's in 16th. Now, 16th key point. 2 auto-qualify, and the next 14 go straight into the semis. So it's all to play for at the moment. At the top, don't forget the others we've got here, obviously, is Pietsch, Kersberch, Greiner and Gruber, who are currently going through to Superpole. And Dario Balestri is going straight into the A main, is the current running order. As we now look to start the next round of heats again. Yeah, thanks, Kevin. We missed that one. Pietsch threw away. It's very hard to move around once you're in because these cars are very quick and it's very tricky to switch about. So we're now going back into the next round of qualifying. As we get up to lunch, the only thing we do know is that if Balestri TQs this one, he is the overall TQ. So back to heat one. And we've got Jorge starting with car 8, which is weird because they started with car. Oh, they're going backwards now. It's backwards. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. It's a backwards run now. They were just missing them around the order. So it's 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it's Jorge Peru in 8, Alfonso Esperanza in 7, Stephen O'Connor in 6, Juan Luis Mayorga in 5, Miguel Puchal in 4, Javier Corbalan in 3, Augustin Rodriguez in 2, and Steph Van Poek in 1. Mate, why have we got me at 7? It's weird. It's a bit surprising how they started that one off early, I must admit. A little bit of a weird timing on this one, but we'll have to find out. Oh no, they've reset. They realise they made a mistake and they've reset it, so that's fine. There they go, down the straight. We go, which should be with Jorge Peruga. Now, in front of him, I assume, is a very tardy number 1. Oh, that's not the corner. There's number 2 for some reason. I'm pretty missing a couple of cars, so quite a small turnout for this first heat of round 4. Okay, let's drop back one, Jig. For another white car. So another car's broken down. We are not going to get many finishes here. And that is the 4 car going through of Miguel Puchal. Very wide there. Gets it back again. You're probably going very wide. Yeah, you lose a bit of time. B, you go on to a very grubby little circuit, and the tyres pick up all kinds of gunk, and therefore you actually lose a bit. Not only do you lose time on going wide, you lose time in the next couple of corners, clean your tyres back off again. Let's go back one more. Oh, two more actually. The green car. That's three more, but the green car's what I want. I want the green car. Which I assume is going to be Stephen O'Connor's mile. I'm only assuming it because it's green and he's Irish, and I am absolutely right. So Connor. Liberal with a curb there, wasn't he? Close to this yellow and orange car, which will be a Lappery, I assume. All sorts of stuff going on there. There's a few cars really having a bit of a struggle about this, but this is the 7 machine, or I think just confirming that is the 7 car. It is, yeah. So that's Alfonso Esparza. So a battle between the 7 and the 6. It's not really a battle because the 7 would need to let him through, well, should let him through. It's a Lappery rather than the. And he does. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I thought he was letting him through. That was, yes, that didn't quite work. Let's watch what happened here. So he went wide. I think Stephen thought he was letting him through, but then what happened was they just powered it back on again. So, yeah, that was what's commonly known as a misunderstanding. Massive miscommunication there between the two of them, and now he's upside down, and we've missed that bit because of the replay. So we have to kind of guess how he ended up upside down. My guess is he wasn't on the track where he should have been. Oh dear, oh dear. No, he's not going to want to write home those last 3 laps, is Alfonso Esparza. Yeah, this hasn't gone well this round for him. And there he goes, and over the line. So the revving has already started for heat number 2. So this one has the following drivers. Holding, well, they got a Marshall. I thought they were holding this one for a while. It's a Marshall problem. And we've got Tony Fawn has been quick in this one. Alberto Moncayo in 9-8. So 9 is Fawn, 8 is Alberto Moncayo, 7 is Francesco Mundi, and 6 is Manuel Angel Picon. They're all from Spain, those 4 drivers. Ricardo Furter from Austria is on 5. 4 is Jose Luis Bolecha from Spain. Adil Chamchun from Switzerland is on 3. Carlos Masmash from Spain is on 2. And Miguel Lieva, also from Spain, is on 1. So those are your 9 runners. Mostly Spanish, with 1 Swiss and 1 Austrian. There's a bit of rowing going on. Not quite sure what the issue is. Okay, so, as they say, let's get ready for the next one. The next one. Upcoming very soon. Okay, they're pulling in. I think, I don't know, a couple seconds to go. Here we go. And they're off. And we are with car number 9. Tony Fawn. Goes past time in scoring, comes down Main Straight. Well, not main corner. Into the hairpin, where the sun catches glimpse off the body shells. And fires it up the straight. And Forno will be getting his first lap score now. And it's an 18.4. What's the space he's got? I think he's got quite a lot of space, you know. Oh, that was a bit of a little tiny spin, wasn't it? Let's look at it again. Comes in. Everything's going fine. Marvellous. 5.1 from the German judge for that one. That was annoying because that just costs you time. Cost you about a second and a half. So they've all spread out. Fournay. Okay, let's drop back one. See what we got, Jude. Got the 7 car in green of Francesco Mundi. taking the wide lines. It's being rapidly caught up at the moment, it seems, by the number 6 car of Manuel Picon. There is Picon. So it's number 6. Here's number 6. Hasn't the best stickering on his car, but it's not the easiest thing to see the number on that car. We're now going up the straight together. Gradual gain on Francisco Munde. Car breaks down. Man stamps feet, leaves pits. Now he's going to let him through. He does. But good work there. That's minimal loss pass there. A bit careful. And irritating, he had a bit more speed coming out of that corner. 1, 2, they go past straight there. So let him through. That was going well. Then lost a little bit of time. They ended up losing the best part of the second, not so much for the letting through, but also for the bit where he then couldn't accelerate as he wanted onto the straight because they're making speed in different places, which is a problem sometimes. Just 1 second to go. Drop back 2. Let's see who we end up with. This white car here of car 8 of Manuel Picon, car 8 of Alberto Moncayo. Immediately behind him is the 2 of Carlos Smith. Drop back 1 to Carlos Mas with the white and the yellow and white and the red car. Didn't see Carlos for a while. So Carlos Mas. In their last lap. And they're going to flow down the main straight. Let's have a look at them sweep round the corner for the last time. Whoosh, whoosh. And this will be their end lap of Heat 2. There we go. He's finished. I know what he's doing an extra lap for. He's a naughty boy. Should not have done an extra lap. He's a naughty, naughty man. He's going to be taken in, have a good speaking to. Does show he's got plenty of fuel though. He's able to do the extra lap. So well done him having enough fuel for an extra lap, but you shouldn't have done it. That's the way I look at it. I'll be back later. A lot of wind. Is that your problem? We have a lot of wind. Let's have a look. This is our flag cam. And the wind's now driving actually in the opposite direction. It's going across the circuit. You can see all the flags of the nations, giving us a good indication there is a bit of wind. It's also getting warmer and warmer by the moment. Over for H. Jasperi for a bit of a thumbs up situation. Someone needs Alberto because he's shouting very loudly for Alberto. Alberto, Alberto, Alberto. So the cars are lined up, and as you can hear, revving like anything. And it's just coming to midday here, so it's just literally ticked to midday in good old Mafusis. the parasol is more and more important for the pit guys. We've got a shot, we've got parasol shot here. I think we have on this one. Yeah, just the left-hand side of the screen. You see, doing a lot of parasol adjustment. That's not going to be popular because he sat himself outside of the cage to be in the shade, and I think he'll be moved. He needs to be in the cage for his own good, not for his parasolness. We talk about the left-hand side there. 5 and 4 of you can see them. 5 and 6, sorry. He's having an argument with the high vis, but he's not protected on the left-hand side now, so I don't know whether they're going to let him sit there or not. Probably shouldn't. Oh, Marshall Gate. It's all going on, isn't it? So we've got Alicio Bottas in 9 off first, and Jorge Revert. Yep, look, they're going across to him. Do not do that. Well, no, I thought he was going to say don't do that. What he's actually doing is he's now going to position 4. Alberto Fernandez in 7, Carlos Macias in 6, Austin Elliott is in 5, Eugenio Rodriguez in 4, Juan Delgado is in 3, Carlos Sanchez in 2, and Marcus Sieber is last off. There has been one of the quicker ones during the previous times we've run this heat. Up to 34 degrees now. Oh, they've toned down the maximum back down from 41 back down to 39 again. So we're only going to melt, but not going to catch fire. It's good news, isn't it? Let's get ready to rumble. 12 seconds to go. Start with the first one out. There we go. Which is Alicio Bottas with the black and silver car. Is it black and silver, black and white? Oh, it's white and black actually. There he goes. They've let the car. They've let the number 5 Marshall be massively exposed to cars coming here at 90 miles an hour on that corner. I don't think that's going to be unpopular, but never mind. What do I know? So, Alicio gets to complete his first lap now, and it is a 18.5 and 18.5, not particularly good. So that's the first lap. You've got to build up to it. Looks like we've not got a... Marcus Sieber was the fastest in there, was he? Where is he? Down at the bottom. Oh, well, there's reasonable separation around Bottas here. Totally sure. As they go around, and that's Spotters. Let's drop back from Bottas to get the next car. Looks like it's quite a big gap. Here's the orange machine. Here we go. Bright and breezy, orangey squeezy. Number 8 of Jorge Rivera. So Rivera now spins it at the top. God, they're already revving up for the next heat, honestly. How much noise they want round here? Through the pits kink. And down the main straight. It's a massive gap, time of it. Just wait, just let him go. And because there's a big weight, he's got a huge amount of space. Oh, wow. I shall mark that. I didn't see the start of it, but luckily my cameraman did because he was looking and I wasn't. So what happened there then? It comes around. Oh, he gets a lot of curve, but bang. Oh, wow. Well done, Juve, not listening to me. Can we leave him now? And our next car is pink and white. It's the 5 of Austin Elliott. It could be Elliott Austin, I don't really know. I think it's Austin Elliott. He's from Ireland, so Elliott, I'm really sorry. If you're Austin Elliott, that's great. Elliott Austin, I apologise. Could be either. Curse of the 2 first names. Also curse of the names not always been written down in the right order in the entry lists. Coming down past the hairpin. Another line, a couple more laps to go for Elliott. Just drop back one more. With a 3 now of Juan Delgado. Ah, someone's spraying a body shell, probably in one can. I get the lovely whiff of the propellant. That'll keep me going for a while. Whew, let's clear the sinuses. Last lap for Delgado here. I'm firing down the straight. Doing some instant there because the marshals moved. Oh, that's why. There's a car with a body shell that's flapping away. He's lost his mount as such. The clip's gone. And now it's have to wait until it's finished. But it's not the safest thing to do, is just to wander about because you want to. And that was probably Jorge Rivera who had that problem with the car. Had a little problem, and then suddenly the body shell was acting like a sail. So, Alessio Bottas won that one, 14 in 4:17. And then we had Juan Delgado, Elliott Austin in 3rd. Just missed out on the 14. Eugene Rodriguez, Carlos Sanchez, Marcus Siebert, Carlos Marrus, Alberto Vidal Fernandez, and Jorge Rivera. Now a little wait for Heat 3 to come out. What's the temperature there today? The temperature is 39 now. It was 41. They're going to 39, 40 degrees. Junior Tonto, when they changed the rules going to qualify length, I thought in years gone by it was 7 minutes. It was 7 minutes years ago. It's been all sorts of things. I think Raw and EFRA at different times. I think also they've constantly changed them. What they've gone for, they had this thing where the ideal length there was 5 minutes. The 5 minutes was right on the cusp of needing a fuel stop. It's like, you really do need a fuel stop to make 5 minutes or run a really conservative race regime. So that, well, let's not do 5, let's do 7 minutes. And everyone wanted a fuel stop, we do 7 minutes. And that got to be a little bit ponderous, so they've actually reduced it down to 4 minutes now. So it's just 4 minutes. So everyone can do 4 minutes and 20, well, normally I think 4 minutes and 20 seconds. But it's just the fueling. So there's no idea, that's as far as you can go without fueling the car up. But you are right, Jimmy. It's been a changing feast for many a year about exactly who, what and where is doing what and who and when to whom. So, entries for this one on your screen. Going from 9 to 1. Francisco Vidal from Spain, Didier Parsi from Monaco, Jose Luis Sanchez from Spain, Nuno Ibarra from Spain, Gianluca Del Cindio from Switzerland, Carlos Sanchez from Spain, Fabio Della Polla from Italy, Manuel Sendan from Spain, and Juan Pedro Farias from Spain. Lots of Spaniards represented. So heat 4, about to come out. Running through to heat 9, and then we have an hour's break for lunch. It's getting a bit warmer, that's quite noticeable now. Then we come back to the pits, so we're getting underway. First car out will be Francesco Vida Cardona. So by the fact that he is the first car, he will get himself covered. There he goes. The multiple coloured Francesco Vidal's car. Adjusting himself into the track before he starts his 4-minute run. And he should, does he reset the clock at this point? He does. I hadn't noticed that before. The clock resets again when the first person trips it. I think as you notice, even after you've been staring at something for a long time, car stuck in the boondocks. The 4 car's got a problem. That's Carlos Sanchez. Not sure if he actually completed the lap at that point. No, I'm not sure. He's been brought in. So laps round he goes, the 18.3. 18.4 for his first 2 laps. Temperature's getting up. Track should get a tad slower, I think. Not a lot in it because it's blooming hot the whole time and the sun's on it, so it's full sun, so the track temperature is massive and isn't likely to come down anytime soon. Now with the 2 car of Manuel Sendan. Here we go. Let's try about one more. See what else we can pick up. It's a unsurprising. Oh, no, it's got a bit of colour on that one. Kind of a central strip of colour, white with yellow and red. That's the 7 of Jose Luis Sanchez. Going through with reasonable ease. Feels like those sound up sort of laps you see in F1 where you can't just watch the cars, just listen to the noise, because there's not really an awful lot you can say about these guys that are qualifying in Heat 4. They're doing their best, no one's falling off, it's all pretty good. Oh, someone has fallen off then. I'm saying that they fell off and someone fell off. The new marshalling structure now at position 5. They're huddling together for a small bit. I don't blame them because it's very, very hot in the sun. Yeah, got that hair pit. It's gone very pointy, hasn't it? Sitting right on the nose.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
On to his last lap. With the 7 car. No, isn't the 7 car, is it? Why did it say 7 on it then? That wasn't the 7 car. Even though it looked, I think it's the 1 car. I think that's actually, I think that was the 1 car of one Pedro Fares Gomez. It looked like 7 because of the way he mounted the number. Might even have a 7 on one side of it. So that is the 1 car. Apologies for that one, get that one wrong. And there we go. So that's Heat 4 finished. What a great heat that one. Only 5 cars actually got the trip. Manuel Sendan, I think, ran out of fuel. And then Jose Luis Sanchez and Fuentes and Gianluca Del Seo had problems over a couple of laps. And Carlos Sanchez didn't even make a lap. We saw him broken down the middle of the track. So reliability woes affecting many of the cars. Yeah, in Australia it's a 7-minute qualifier, and it was 7-minute qualifiers here until a couple of years, it's 4 years ago, obviously because of the 2 years we missed out on. It was what the drivers wanted, the drivers asked for it. I'm not sure. I think perhaps they didn't want the qualifying affected by the goodness or the badness as such, or the quality of the actual pit stop. So, say that a variable. If you're actually looking for qualifying where you're looking for pace, I suppose you can argue the fact that it might be an idea to just only take the people, your best lap times without a fuel stop. Because obviously the variable, some people have better than others. There's pressure on your pit stop man during the time they don't really need it. So waiting for this to tick round to 20 past, and that will fire up the cars out the track. Told you, absolutely running on time. This one, this is nailed onto the process. I kind of feeling they could have saved a minute on every single one of these. Doesn't matter an awful lot. At the end of the day, you're 18 minutes earlier, so what are you going to do? Just remind you, you've got the rest of this round. This is Heat 5. You've got Heat 6, 7, 8 and 9. Then it's an hour's break. Then we have the final round of qualifying. Then there's about 40 minutes currently programmed break until we hit the main Superpole. Then tomorrow we're back with nothing but finals all day. So we've got the Rise and Rises one. It's Jorge Plata. It's again 9876541 again. So Jorge Plata is going off first, the Portuguese driver. Then it's Vicente Garcia-Rano from Spain, Jorge Martinez from Spain, Jose Angel Gutierrez from Spain. That's the 6. Clive Conley from Ireland is 5. Jose Blanco Bannister. I keep saying Bannister. It's Ballister on 4 from Spain. Christian Lopez from Spain in 3. Edward Lack from Switzerland is in 2. Eduardo, of course, Switzerland, wink, wink, actually Brazil. And then Jose Felix from Portugal. As the cars now are called in. So let's get ready to rumble. Which one is an exclamation mark next to Sendan's name? But I'm saying 10, it should say 9. So there's a slight pickup issue there on the timing at the moment. That'll clear itself. Jorge Plata. No way. I'll go Plata off first in the 9. There is no 10 in this one, so ignore the send down at the top. All gone away. Plenty of spacing, and here he goes. Portuguese driver. Oh. And we've lost the 1 immediately of Jose Felix. So one Portuguese on camera, one Portuguese gone back to pits. Oh, oversteer there. So leading this is Jorge Martinez. There we go. So just a slight glitch of time. He's now been cleared, and it's leading is Clive Connolly. Let's drop back 1, Jude, and see who we get next. It's the blue and white car. No, it's not. I've skipped a car in my mind there. It's the orange car with the white stripe down the middle. I'm pretty sure he retired last time round. It's the 8 car of Vicente Garcia. Nice bit of separation he has at the moment, but I'm wondering whether the blue car's going to catch him up. There he goes. Out and through. The blue car is the 7 of Jorge Martinez. couple tenths faster last time round. So Martinez in the blue and white car. It's a sort of target acquired, but doesn't want to lose time. Down the straight they go. Oh, sharp over the curbing there to try and get past, getting closer and closer and closer. At some point, there's going to need to be an understanding. That was a very... Oh, we got it 2 through there. Well, because it saves time, actually, getting 2 through in one big sweep rather than one individually. So, from being the chaser, it's looking very much like the blue and white car is the chase machine. That's the 7. So, yeah, so look, Martinez, he's got the green car. Actually, he didn't really gain anything last time. There he is. That's the green machine. I suppose it should be Connolly. Running second at the moment. A little bit of a wobble. We've got the 3 car upside down in the middle of the field. That's the 3 is Christian Lopez. Now, getting quite trafficky here as there's 3 cars. Oh, it's Lopez actually there ahead of him. So he needs to get out of the way of Connolly in the green machine. So he comes down the straight. I'm sure that Connolly's time is being particularly impacted by this. But pretty certainly much rather that the 3 car who fell over and is basically a lap back wasn't in front of him. And gets by nicely. Well past there. Christian Lopez did a good job. See at the green. And we're coming down to 2 laps ago. Clive running second.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
So one final lap for Clive. He's scored first. He's going to get a 14. So certainly the strongest of the 3 Irish guys here, Clive. And Connolly's got just a few more corners to go, and he has done the deed. And no, you don't need an extra lap, Clive. He's showing off now. Actually, Edward Delac got it in by 3 tenths. What are the rules are about stealing the extra lap? I mean, it's quite useful you steal the extra lap because it shows how much fuel you can run with, but he's realised he's been a very, very naughty boy. And Clive comes into the pits. So Hoot 6 of qualifying round 2 in the sweat box that is Amafusis and the Altet Club, where everyone is trying to do the minimum movement possible. I moved my finger earlier and it started sweating. Have you figured out what the quali rules are? Yes, I have. It's 3 out of 5. It's points. It's 3 out of 5. Now RCM changed after the second round. They were wrong. Third round. So it's 3 out of 5 to count. Points as always. And currently Dario's leading. Superpole is coming up for the second, third, fourth and fifth qualifiers. I think it's 6 laps, it should be. Fastest individual lap of those 6. To Kind and Goose. Hello to Paul Sombra. We knew he was there on board number 10. We've changed that little timing glitch. It's all been sorted. Eduardo Dulac got that last one, so that'll be a positive moment for Jason Minaguzzi. And also, of course, for the Swiss-based Brazilian. Performance. Next question is P1 straight to A final and winner of Superpole 2. Yes, you're absolutely correct. That's what happens. The overall TQ goes plus some other people. So the next 14 go straight to the semi. So I qualify in the top 16 is important. Two will make it to the final, and then the next 14 are either half of the semi-finals. That's when we counted up this morning. We thought there was supposed to be two finals at the end of the day. We thought you're not going to need those, and they didn't need them. That was great. But tomorrow we have nothing but finals starting from 9 in the morning, which means we need to have an earlier breakfast because we've been starting about 10, haven't we? Here we go. Out front is Luca Alesi. There he goes. So heat 6 away, and Alesi also doing the business. 17.5 for his first lap. He backs that up with a bang. 18.1, not so good. Okay, let's drop back one because we had a lot of Luca in the first one of these. So the green machine that's been piloted by Gerard Collinet of France. He's gaining lightly on Luca. A bit of shouting and someone's upset. That's Simone. I'm not actually sure how that is actually. And no, someone's walked off. It's Iker Saborit. Iker Saborit has walked off. A technical issue. Now the question really, a bit of oversteer, is Luca going to be able to let Gerald past him with minimal loss. Oh, it's very polite. Just braked and let him go. Just about 0.6 of a second, so well driven there by the young Italian. Let's draw back a couple to the number 5 car. That's Mattia Colavo. White with a couple of stripes to make it slightly different on the edge of the car. So reasonable laps for the 5. He's turned a 17.6 last time. What's he got this time? 17.6. Okay, we're now with the orange car behind him, which is the 4 of Nacho Lopez, who has been quickest and is currently scored first in this one. Looking at the 14.03. He'll tick back to the top again, I think. Yep, there he goes. A bit low to steer there for Nacho. That'll cost him a couple of tenths. Well, he seems to actually not cost him more than about 8 tenths, so well done. Got a bit of traffic ahead of him. Good to hear. Matt currently is just having a bit of a chat with Dario Baleschi to advise him how to improve his car. Excellent work, Matt. So Lopez stays in the lead and now starting his last lap. Luckily not caught that traffic right ahead of him, that one there, the white car. It's not going to slow him down because he's going to get across the line before it would have stopped him. And there he goes, and he gets a 14.403, wins by 3 seconds, which is quite a long way in these very close heats we have. 3 heats till lunchtime. Been very quiet here because we're discussing how people hold their transmitters. And I was saying that Michael Salvin has a unique style of transmitter holding and suggested that Matt got a picture of it. But he's not listening to me now. And Michael Salvin, apparently we were first off from this one. Jose Paquito will be next. And then it's Vincenzi Ramos-Erez, Andrea Catazani, Luca Betti, one of the juniors, Victor Olivares, one of the juniors, Fernandez, Eduardo Fernandez Escardon, the 4 car, and then 3 car is Ruben Olivares, Maxime Ripoll, who got in trouble last time, and Enzo Battistini. As you can see, it goes Germany, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Italy, Spain, 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 and then France and France. And this is 7 of 9 heat-wise. We need a G meter this Parker. No, not being. I don't know if G meters were inappropriate. Interesting how many G's his car pulled in the sweepers. Yeah, I think it would. They got the foam tyres, which got a lot of grip. My guess is they probably get a couple of G. The poor drivers are really suffering. Well, hang on, they're just suffering with the heat. Okay, let's get ready to rumble. Take the second car out. We did Michael last time. Oh, he's gone anyway. So we got the 9. This is bad news if he's not running at all. So that's he's had some problems prior to this. It's Jose Paquito we're with. Not sure if Salvin will get going again. If it's not, that means he'll be right at the back of the qualifying because he won't get a score. This is Paquito, but the breeze blowing towards us now, which is quite nice in the weather. And Paquito crossed the line. I think Salvin may actually have got running again. He has, so he's rather at the front, he's at the back, but he has got running in time to make things get a run. Must have cut on the start line, but Salvin will get a time if he obviously completes the rest of 4 minutes, and he'll get a proper time as well. He managed to start his race before the leader completed their first lap. It was tight, but tight is fine. Okay, the 9 car of Jose Paquito of Portugal is our focus. Let's drop back one. Let's see who's next. It's the 8 car, and that is Vicente Erez Ramos. Nice bit of bright bluage. Cars nicely spaced. Oh, apart from the first few cars, there's 3 of them in a row later on, which is not what anybody wants. There goes Erez Ramos. There you see the next car come up the straight. And these battling ones, there's a couple of them right together. No, they're paired together, so they've not spaced themselves brilliantly. Let's drop back one more. And this is our white and yellow friend, car number 7 of Catanzani. He's normally up the front. Let's see where he is as we cross the line, Andrea. pops up to second. 10th of a second in absolute times behind. There it is. Okay, let's wait for the next guy. And it's now car number 6 of Luca Betti from the juniors. Right in the middle of the pack. Salvin's currently scored about 6 when he crossed the line. So, again, not really where he want to be. But he's just got to get the lap times in or he's going to be in tremendous trouble later on. All going on now. As Betty has 2 other cars who might want to go past him to lap him. Is he going to let them go? No, he's not. So it's 4 from... Oh. And perhaps the 3 car is actually the interloper there, which is Ruben Olivares. And the 2 white, so the 2 white cars now are competitive. Betty in the first one, the Shepherd, the number 4 car with the Shepherd sticker of Eduardo Fernandez is behind him. There's not a huge amount of pace being shown by either of these 2 guys. They're down in 4th and 5th, or 4th and 5th, running together. I don't think Escadon's got quite enough pace to insist that Betty moves over for him. 1 more lap to go. Both crossed the line. Oh, that all went a bit wrong. And Betty let him through. Wasn't trying to, but he got a massive oversteer, over drift factor. 4 cars in the end are line astern towards the end of this race. There they go. So Betty, last lap, lost a second and 3. Won't be happy with that. Car crashed off the track as well. In fact, in frustration, just not great driving. So Catanzani got that one from Battistini. Even though Battistini sounds very Italian, he's actually French. So coming up now to the penultimate heat of the morning. 2 more to go, and then we go and have some lunch for the final round of qualifying and the Superpole. We're all very excited about it. We love it, Superpole. Michael Salvin, there's never having it. Michael's been running consistently forever. Always running as Michael. King does. Salvin came back with a P4, not bad. No, I think it's not bad. I don't think he's basically, I think Michael would admit he's not had a very clean event. That's the problem. He's not had a very clean event at all. And that means he's just struggling a little bit. So, penultimate heat. There they go. Okay, so Marco Vidling is in car 10. He'll start off first. Then Timo Lino 9, Carmine Roller 8. Alvaro Fernandez in 7. So that's Germany, Finland, Italy, Spain. The Frenchman Thomas Aitar will start with car 6 in 5th. The Dutchman John Herman will start in car 5 and 6th. Filippo Zamani from Italy is starting 7th with car 4. And car 3 is a Spaniard of Sergei Frank. Car 2 is a Frenchman of Mathieu Arnold, I think it is. And Jonathan Gandin from Italy is car number 1, but starts 10th. So round 4, they are just running them in reverse. Okay, getting ready to go. We'll take Marco as he comes out. The 10 car should be first. Hopefully no dramas at the start like we saw for Salvin. Down he goes, Marco Vidling in the blue and white, the German. Let's go. Oh, doesn't matter, the curb, not important, this isn't the counting lap. It all starts to count from not here, not even here, but here. Okay, now he's on his 4-minute run. Oh, a little bit of a drift out there. Not sure that was a just not quite conditioned tyres. Not the end of the world, because these are things that cost you half a tenth or a tenth. It's a big mistake to worry about. They're quite a big spreader, and Marco's taking a couple of liberties with the curbs there. The problem Marco's got is the back car, which I see Jonathan Gandin. Not how far ahead of him, but Gandin's very quick, so that shouldn't actually end up being a massive issue. I think Gandin were all right. Let's drop back 1, and that should be Timo Lino, who is also not having the greatest weekend ever, joining with Michael Salvin. Lino, obviously, with the Infinity, won the most consistent races of the last, 20 years, to be honest. An electric touring car and 1/10 and 1/8 icy track. He's even done a bit of 1/8 off-road as well. I think he made Euro semi-finals, Timo. Talented all-rounder. Accident beneath me, but you heard the bang there. That was the car hitting a barrier beneath me. So Lieno scored very lowly at the moment. He's just not got really any pace. And let's drop back 1 to the man chasing him, which is the 8th car of Carmine Raiola. Because I think Raiola's going to have to go past him quite soon. So Lino suffering badly at the moment. It's not the end of the world, because just because you're having a problem with a 4-minute run doesn't mean you're necessarily going to have a problem with a 20-minute final. But I think that Lino is unlikely to make the semi-finals, which is the problem. He's going to have to get up through the quarters. And that's never fun. Managed to hold off Raiola at the moment. Well, they're getting a little bit close, but with Nibley. Not quite sure whether it starts to make Lino feel he needs to back off and let him through. Lap times, 17.4 and 17.3. So I think Raiola might end up finding he's slightly pacing himself to Lino, which isn't the end of the world, because Lino's picked up some pace now, as you can see. He's scoring sort of 5th when they all come across the line. Looking good for Filippo Damani again. Oh, look at that for a bit of a drift around that corner there. So that's taking the pressure off. Let's drop back one more. So it's taking the pressure off Lena, that 3/4 second loss. I'm not going to put issues onto Carmine Maiola. We've got the 6 and the 3 right together, which is Thomas Eitard and Sergei Frank. But Frank, I think, has been overtaken, so I think that's not an issue. It is, yeah. So this is the final lap for both of them. And they've managed to hold station. This shouldn't be an issue of being held up because he's not going to catch you in time as they finish the laps. Bridling a good 14.403. And Fernandez, Raiola had a bad last corner. And it's Filippo. Nope, it was Filippo Dominique, but he just lost it by 0.2 of a second. Well done to Mathieu Arnaud from France, who took that one with a 14.402. 4.030. A couple of attempts lost in that last lap for Filippo. Took him out of winning it. Marco Weidling third. Ganding fourth. Lena looking just out of shape, really. Okay, time for the top heat, everybody. Something bitten you? Shock? Something, I know I had one earlier as well. It's remarkable how often we get electric shocks here. Hello to everyone watching us on the EFRA Facebook page and the RC Racing Facebook page, and hello to all of you watching us on the Red RC YouTube. It's great to have you all here with us at RC Racing TV and Control. It's time for the top, well, it's not quite time, in a few seconds it'll be time for the top heat. Round 4, the only thing we can tell you is if Dario Balestre tops the round, he will be the overall TQ for the event. But obviously, it's the next 4 positions are particularly interesting as well, because they will qualify into Superpole. Let's have a look at the messages. Have we got a number of messages? So, go Alvaro, said Diego. Okay, the thing to remember is there's a lot of chat out there. The only chat we're monitoring accurately is the RC Racing TV, the Control Sport RC Racing TV YouTube page. So you want to chat, probably best to watch on that. If you just want to watch anything you like, EFRA Facebook, EFRA YouTube, RC Racing Facebook, Red RC YouTube, it's fine. Super Dario, says Marco Puello. So who's in this one? You should know by now because it's the top heat. But we have Silvio Hackler, Francesco Tironi on the Infinity, Lamberto Collari on the Infinity, Alex Thurston on the Capricorn, Mirko Slimy, Simon Kurzbert, she's of course on the Shepherd, Reiner on the Capricorn, Pietro on the Mugen, Gruber, I've forgotten who he's on, I'll have a check in a second, and Balestri on the Infinity. Let's have a quick shifty about who's on what. Salimi is on the Capricorn as well, Hackler's on the ARC, and Gruber's on a Shepherd. There's the chassis. Balestri has a max power, Rod Pietro's on a Lacey power. Has he tuned for Simon Kurz, but Dominic Greiner has 1 engine power. The Lacey again for Tony Greer, max power again for Mirko Slimy. Alex Thurston's in a lazy tune. Has he tuned for Silvio Hackler? And Tironi has a max power. And Collari, who is not currently, the only person not currently in the top 10 in this one, is in 12th. He has an Infinity and a Nova engine. That's your runners and riders technical lineup. Minute and 36 to go. There are the pits with a view of the kind of safety. It's not in shade now, but there's a big safety structure in front of them now, so they're actually protected from cars coming off that left-handed. You can see they're swiping through now. right in the middle of the screen. They can't hit a curve and then barrel roll into the pits. Well, they can, but they'll barrel roll into a barrier, so they won't hit anyone in the pits. Pit lane itself very short, I think just about enough room for the 10 cars. So it's going to be quite interesting when they all come in for fuel in the finals tomorrow. So the final run before the lunch break and the final run of round 4 of qualifying. The pits is taking notice of this one. Everyone's setting their chairs up so they can see what's going on. Having a look around, let's look on the main straight, see what's going on there. Oh, yeah. So let's go back onto 2. Let's get the camera on the first car and we'll go out with Silvio because we haven't seen him very much, and then we'll try and get around the Pietsch-Bellestri battle. So they have to walk up from their pit stall to fuel in. So the yellow and blue is Hackler. He's a bit keen. So they're concentrating in many ways on the car that's starting last. And Bellestri complained about that when he started towards back last time because he's got no traffic. Now he's obviously going to have to think carefully about spacing. So let's watch the 0. I'm going to watch the rest of the cars going round. Already they're spacing themselves out. They're into car 8 by the looks of it. Oh, that's because Lamberto's really slow off. 3 and 4 are close together. And 2 and 1 are close together as well. So there's kind of a big gap. Oh, well, Bellestri's gone past Gruber. So interesting. They're not really in order. The 4-car Griner's got some issues and he's trying to follow around Bellestri, which is interesting. And they're all off and running. Interesting decisions tactically made there by a couple of the drivers. This is Hackler now. First lap to 17.3. Okay. Let's get back about 3 cars, Jude. Pass the next one after pink 1, that's it. And we'll pick up the multicoloured car 6 of Mirko Salimi, currently scored fastest. Bellestri taken that over. Pietsch, they kind of build up speed. See, everyone's piling on as they get to their 3rd lap. There's Salimi, sorry, they're probably. So Salimi working his way through. It's Bellestri, Pietsch again. Kurzbuch though right in there as well. And these guys are doing the extra lap. So let's hold back. Let's wait here for a second. And that's it, the yellow car I want. This is Robert Pietsch. So Pietsch scored in 2nd at the moment. 10th for a second behind Bellestri. Bellestri's got a bit of traffic though. I think Bellestri could be having some issues. Oh, who's that? Someone's had an accident beneath us. That was, that's bad news. That was Mirko Salimi's had an accident. That was that bang you heard. So he's got out of the running for a great result here. Pietsch crosses the line. And it's now, where is Bellestri compared to him? And he is a 10th of a second behind, but we were seeing, and Kurzbuch is behind again. So it is once again Pietsch against Bellestri. Pietsch with this lime green car. Ran out of fuel last time. That's the key thing to remember. He actually ran out of fuel on the last lap, getting the extra lap. Running too rich. Had to do 15, not 14, and ran out of fuel. Leads by about a 10th at the moment. 1:38 to go. Oh, that's going to cost him bad time, and I think that is going to hand Bellestri a major advantage. It does. It puts him into the lead for the first time. So when he goes past start finish, we need to wait. The 3rd car that goes past, the light grey car is who we want. That's it. That's Bellestri. Now scored a 2/10 advantage in the lead for Bellestri. This would give him overall TQ if he takes it. many a slip. Running ahead of him is Mirko, who had that problem. So Balestra comes down. He's going to want to... Oh, he's got a bit of tank slap himself there. It's going to be his best lap either. The gap between them was 0.03 of a second. So again, it's looking like that's got a bit edgy. And it may be quick, but it was a little bit edgy. Let's see what that lap time was. 17 flat, so no, the edginess was what he wanted. Leads by exactly 1/10 of a second over Pietsch. He's got Mirko in his eye line though, and Mirko needs Mirko gets it away. It's a great drive by Mirko. That solved that problem. 16.9 against a 16.8. They're both going super fast. The difference, as you can see now, is down to 0.05 of a second between the German and the Italian. We're looking at the Italian with the Infinity, the grey car. That time round, they were 0.03 apart in the benefit towards Balestra. Balestra now has 900 a second. There's 2 laps to go. He's got 900 a second. He's going to get another lap, I think. There he goes, over for the final lap. There was an advantage of a 10th. It's all on this lap. Will it be Balestri? Will it be Pietsch? If it's Balestri, he takes TQ for the entire event. Coming down now. Let's see what's going to happen. Will it be Pietsch goes over? Balestri goes over as well. And he's got it. And he's got it. So a big cheer there from Balestra as he takes the TQ for the event with another TQ. And I think he's quite chuffed about that. And disappointment for Robert there. So Pietsch missed it by a 10th, just slow down towards the end, but certainly some, in fact, there was 2/10 on the last lap, and that would have been enough to send it the other way. So really, really close there as they finish the afternoon. And the noise stops because we have lunch. It's just me you can hear, not the engines. So 2 on 15s, then Gruber and everyone else. So that was a cracking race. Pietsch leading for a bit, couple of wobbles lost in that 2/10, but he was still way faster than most of the others. Gruber got third, so Kuzmich fourth, Greiner fifth. Let's have a look how that affects the overall rankings. If I can find that piece of paper, hang on. So let's have a look here. And the ranking list, I hope it's been reset. And it had. So Balestri currently leads and is TQ on 2 points. Is Pietsch, and I think Pietsch is probably going to end up being, Pietsch is guaranteed second now, because even if Kurzbuch gets a 0, it won't be better than what the score has. So Pietsch will be second, Balestri will be first, then you've got Kirchbert and Greiner both on 5 points, fighting for third overall, and then you've got Gruber. And this is more interesting. This is the final bump up. Those two are comprehensively in the bump ups as well. So we know 3 of our 4 Superpole lists. That's Pietsch, Kurzbuch, and Gruber. Then you've got a massive battle between Gruber, Salimi, Thurston, who sneaked in from nowhere with a 5th place there in that last race. So those 3 are all on the cusp of the final bump up, the final qualification to Superpole, 5, 6, 7. Then we have Francesco Tironi in 8th, Filippo Domani, he's in 9th. He'll comfortably make the semi-final. Silvio Hackler, Mathieu Arnaud from France, Cameron Riola's in 12th. Marco Weidling of Germany is in 13th. Calvo Alvaro Fernandez is in 14th. 15th is Kalari, and 16th is Nacho Lopez, who currently is the last qualifier into the straight into the semis. You've got Jonathan Gandin, Thomas Eitard, Andrea Catanzani, Maxime Ripoll and John Ermin, who are all within biting distance of Lopez Lunch, but they're going to need a good final score to get past him. So all to play for in the final round, and we are back in about 50 minutes time, I think, with the let me just check that again, because I'm probably doing terribly wrong at the timing. Let me get the time to correct for when we come back today. We are back after lunch. Oh, and this is the time doesn't scroll up properly. Yep, we are back after lunch at 2:15. So 2:15, 14:15, and we'll see you all then for the final round qualifying and the Superpole. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Let's not have that twice, said it once. How are you all today? Nice to have you with us back this afternoon for the final round of qualifying. It is hot here in Valencia, well, Amafusi, just outside Valencia. Official time now is 37 degrees. It's getting up to 39 quite soon. So it's 37, and it goes to 39 at 5 o'clock. 4:30, it's Superpole, so don't forget that. That's in 2.25 hours. Until then, we have the final round of qualifying. Lots of positions still being decided. We've got one position in Superpole open. Dario Balestre has already secured his spot in the main final, and he is the TQ. I'm saying that, he didn't actually check any disqualifications, to be honest, which is a bit of an error. Yep, so it's Balestre from Piech, from Kurzbuch, from Greiner, from Gruber, so it's 3 Germans and a Swiss behind the Italian, and Mirko Salini, all from Italy, Alex Thurston from GB, Tironi, Filippo Domani, who we just spoke to for an item later, and Silvio Hachler. They are your top 10. As we go into the final round. And we now have a chance to have a look at the first qualifier of the round of final qualifiers. All the finals have been moved to Saturday, so no one has to go home at the end of the day because they're out. Well, I haven't got to go home, and no one's out of the event today.
10, 9,
And they're going
7,
in a very random order. I think they're going in speed order in this one.
2, 1.
Oh no, they're not. They're going 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 8, 7. This is very strange. I've no idea how they've worked this one out. But yeah, they're going down in a descending order, but breaking it somewhere. So this is the last round of qualifying and the first heat of such. We are with Stephen O'Connor from Ireland. Oop. The track will be significantly hotter than when they were last on it. He's got the number 2 car of Augustin Rodriguez, sort of gaining on him, has he? They're all out together. Behind Rodriguez, drop back one. That's Rodriguez in the pink, and then you've got the spearmint coloured car. Remember we've seen before, the 5 car of Juan Luis Mayorga. And they are now forming a lovely little convoy, the 3 of them. The yellow car ahead of them is a lap down. Oh, that's one person through there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there's the 5th one. Oop. There he goes. So, moving forward is Juan Luis Mayorga. So he's coming up to catch O'Connor. Margot scored second. Oversteer, they're coming out of the sweeping turn in front of the scoreboard. Both of them hesitant there as they fired past time in scoring. Draw back a couple. One more. One of the many pinky cars there. Number 3. That's Javier Corbalan. He's got one more lap to go. Well, he might have two. He's just far around. You don't really know where he was in relation to the start point. So it's going to be up in the air if Corbalan's doing 2 or 1. I think he's doing 1. This is his last lap. Oh, they've run out of fuel. It's our first running out of fuel on camera we've just seen. There he is, he's running out of fuel. And the others are all doing spectacular. So Corbalan runs out of fuel. The winner is Miguel Pujar-Belda. And Stephen O'Connor, second. And then Juan Luis Mayorga was third in this first heat of the afternoon. Hello to everybody. It's very hot. So there's a list for you. 6 Spaniards in that one. So, hello everybody. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to EFRA for providing the facilities and the support to be able to show you this. That's European Federation of Radio Automobiles, the governing body of Europe, at EFRA, their live stream, which you can see on the EFRA YouTube page or the EFRA Facebook page. You also see it on the RC Racing TV YouTube page, where we are engaging in the chat, or the RC Racing TV Facebook page, or Red RC's YouTube. So you really can't avoid this event, so please don't. Good to see you all coming back after our lunch break. Work through the lower heats before we get to the top heats, and then of course we get another little break before we get to Superpole. Park arrest, anybody failed scrutineering? And not that I know of. I know they were warning people during the practices, and I know a lot of people are having to be very careful not to fall foul of the various body shell rules. But not a huge amount of failing as far as I know.
start.
How many rounds of qualifying? Just 5. This is the final round of qualifying. Jimmy Tonto. Then there's about a 40-minute break after the final round, and then we have Superpole for you all to enjoy. And that's the end of the day before we start non-stop finals tomorrow from 9 o'clock. Currently, it's hardly a break in it, which is a bit surprising because we like to have lunch, but I don't know where they're going to fit the lunch in. Possibly in the semi-finals and the finals, but it's an hour anyway. So heat 2 involves Manuel Picon Rodriguez, Richard Fertner from Austria. I'm not sure if he's here today. Jose Luis Brecha, Adil Chamchun, Carlos Masmas, Miguel Liva Vallejo, Tony Forney, Alberto Moncao, and Francisco Munde Chaz.
All vehicles to the pit lane.
$82 drivers have set time so far in qualifying. See the wind now blowing up the main back straight.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There we go. And out first is Manuel Angel Picon with the multicoloured number 6 car. Yeah, Richard Fertner doesn't appear to be here today. Not sure what the issue is with the Austrian. So down the main straight and into the timing script. Drop back one. Big gap, nice bit of gappage. All these two are together, that's always good fun. So we're looking at the orange car number 4 being chased down by the 3. So the 3 is Adil Chamcham and the 4 is Jose Luis Brecha. So Chamcham in the pink car. Is he gaining? It looks pretty neutral, really. He might be gaining a little bit. I think he is gaining, but there's not a lot in it. Yeah, I'm getting quite close now. Be interesting to see when the 4 car of Brecha lets Adil Chamchun past him. Or if he does, of course, because they're both going for it all, and that's the end of Chamchun's. Oh, I thought it was more of an error than the actually. Back to the pink car. He's gaining slowly, and then lost quite a bit of time. Then he's stuck on a bit of turf. Oh, then saying that, there's been a bit of a mistake from Brecha as well. Now Chamchun's right on his tail. Brecha lost a second. Something called for a stop go. Oh, this is all getting a bit unnecessary, isn't it? It is a difficult feeling when you're being caught up by someone in one of these time qualifying procedures, because it kind of puts you off. You don't know when to let them through. You're trying not to lose too much time, and you invariably do. Which is the problem with the EFRA qualifying format, especially on, lost the drive there, especially on smaller tracks. It's difficult to, I mean, I know everyone likes their qualifying, but as I've many times said before, I'm not a fan of these many days of qualifying. I'd like to see some way. Whoa, dear, oh dear, oh, do we have there? The race, they're all over the shop there. They're recovering. Oh, don't know what happened there at all. Luckily, I've pressed replay, and let's see what happened. So they come round. Oh, right, it's in it by himself. Did it by himself, and only just avoided the 6 car. Comes past him again now. So it's all going on in this second heat, or the second qualifying heat of round 5. And they're coming now at the end of this one. That's the Tony Fournet, and now looks like he may well be the winner. So a bit scrappage in that one, but Tony Fournet takes it. Alberto Moncayo second. Adil Chamchun is third. So Spain, Switzerland for the top 3 in that one. Must be, even you can actually hear the cicadas even above the revving of the engine, which is quite impressive. There's your results again. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Spaniards in that one, Swissman and a Austrian, but 2 of them didn't take part. Francisco Mundi and Richard Furtner both have either problems or are currently not in a position to take part. So next up in round 3 of the EFRA 1/8 IC, that's round 5, let's start again. Next up is Heat 3 Q5 of the EFRA 1/8 IC Track Euros 1929. Honestly, I can't read or say anything. It's very hot. It's my only excuse, and I'll try the third go. So next up is Heat 3 qualifying round 5 of the EFRA 1/8 IC Track Euros 2022. Wasn't that difficult, was it? I just made it seem difficult. So make sure to check in. We haven't yet got. We've got everyone now. Another phalanx of Spaniards, 7 of them, and an Irishman and an Austrian for Heat 3. So you got Carlos Masis, Austin Elliott, Eugenio Rodriguez, Juan Delgado, Carlos Sanchez, Marcus Sieber, he's the Austrian, Alicia Boteras, Jorge Rivera, and Alberto Fernandez Vidal. There are an awful lot of Spaniards around the lower. I wonder if we're going to get an entirely Spanish final at one point. It's a possibility. We need a kind of bit of luck on the way the odds and the evens were, but it would be cool if we got an entirely Spanish final. So they get a 3-minute warm-up, which they're halfway through. I could stare out the sun. It got very bright all of a sudden. Unfortunately, I can't wear my sunglasses to do it. Nightmare. Car being returned to the pits in pieces with the body shell off. I think they did 17 practices. I think this is their 22nd run these guys are on now. So I wonder how much they're still learning. Here we go. Well, almost. And out goes Carlos Macias. Down the straight. Looking a little bit understeery. Oh dear, there's not much of a difference. There's not much separation him and the last man out, is there? So that's not worked well, but obviously there's every chance the last man out actually is faster than him. And that's Jose Rivera, I think. Yep, so Rivera obviously had a bit of a stall. He wasn't supposed to be last out. So Reef catching up Rivera. There are two cars painted in a massively similar way, both orange, both with a big sticker lounging up the exterior of the rear wing. This aerodynamic scoops effectively. They are pretty flying wings. It's very much like the top level slot cars, which begin to have very little semblance of anything that ever existed, just there for aero. I think Rivera's going to have to give up, and misunderstanding, but got away with it. Then orange car A goes past orange car B. Let's drop back to for orange car C by the looks of it. That has got a little bit of white in the middle, so it's not quite so bad. Running underneath us here. And that's the number 4 of Eugenio Rodriguez. Looks like a retirement for one of the cars. My guess is it was Jorge Rivera having some problems. Okay, wait one more. Well, 2 more than 1. So it's gone with the 1 car, blue and the yellow. And that's our leader, Marcus Sieber from Austria. Marcus has done pretty well in this heat most of the previous runs. Shouting starts, car 8's broken down. Again. Just not working for Jorge. The worrying thing is you develop a problem at this part of the race. What are you going to do if you haven't got a chance to test it before the final? How do you know you fixed it? final start at 9 o'clock tomorrow. I believe they're all 20 minutes. I will confirm that later. Steve now not leading, but only by a couple of tenths, which he probably lost in trying to do that lappery. But interesting to see whether he managed to pull back into the lead again. Not quicker that time round. Lost a second game pass in traffic. No, it's not on the pace of Relay as well, Delgado. To the point where he was being caught by Oakar. It was a bit of a decision against doing that. So Seabear looking at a third in this one, and crosses the line and picks up third. So the winner, actually getting 14 laps, even more important. Actually, we've got another lap here for Seabear, not quite finished. Already had just as you can see, got over with 0.6 of a second to spare. And remains in third. So it was, after all that, Eugenio Rodriguez who won it with the 14.17. So basically about as slow a 14 as you can get. There we go, 14.17.0, then 14.17, well it's fourth very slow 14. 14.17.7 for Juan Delgado, 14.18.1 for Seba, and a 14.18.3 for Alicio Bottas. And they, the best lap was a 17.9. So it's still quite, I mean, again, I'm not totally sure how the constant increase in heat is affecting things. It can't be helpful. I'm sitting here melting as it is. Pretty not massively pleasant at the moment, it has to be said. Peach is pronounced pitch, is it? Yeah, I know, Andrew. Andrew, it's interesting you say that. Or pitch, or pitch. Weird thing is, I've pronounced him pitch for the last 12 years, and since his face, he's never corrected me. He's a very polite man, in fairness. Pitch. I quite like pitch. I know it's not correct. Peach. Anyway, he's doing very well. He's second. He's entered. Rob Pitch is entered as a 40-year-old. He's not 40 for 3 weeks. So it did not make me feel old. I mean, I'm a lot older than him, but I remember him. We started doing EFRA. EFRA have been supporting us now for. Well, EFRA's the reason we're here, and EFRA have been supporting us since 2010. We've been covering events. It was a reportage in 2010 and 2011, and then started on the live streaming. Yeah, and picked up and grew with that, all with EFRA. Started with a muddy 360, and now we're up to 1080p. And with the extra amount of equipment we bring, it gets more and more expensive. It's very lucky that EFRA to support us so well financially with these events. So the 3-minute countdown for this one. As you can see, you've got Nuno Alvaro, Gianluca Del Celio, who's Swiss. It's like Spanish unless otherwise mentioned, isn't it? Carlos Sanchez, Fabrizio Della Polo, who's Italian, Manuel Sendan, Juan Pedro Falayas, Francesco Vidal Cardona, Dio Parisi, who's from Monaco and a Monegasque, and finally Jose Luis Sanchez. But because they've mixed up the order, there's no knowing who's actually the quickest. Plenty of engine noise out there. It's a very noisy version of the RC World, this. And they do love to rev their engines, even when they're not on the track. Okay, getting ready now to get rolling. "12 seconds to go. First one out will be Nuno Alvaro Arcas. His Infinity. Well, his team manager, his guy started with Infinity, I'm assuming yes as well. There they go. Nice bit of wind just blew through. It's warm wind, but it does do something, thankfully. So Francesco Vidal completes his second lap. No, Nuno Alvaro, sorry. Just drop back one. And it's the 5 car of Gianluca Giacelio. Running currently fifth in the middle of the field. Chilio, let's drop back one more. See who we get. We get the yellow nose and orange main body shell of car number 2, which is Manuel Sendan, who's leading this heat overall. We're quite a way, so he'll be doing some lappery soon enough. Getting closer. Not dramatically going, considering he's the leader. (18.4), played 17.9, so getting half second that time round. And now he's got past him. Okay, drop back about 2. Just the multicoloured fun of car number 9 of Francisco Vidal. A little bit of a warning there about track incursion. So this lap
10, 9,
and one more. There's a couple in there, 2 more.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I think he'll be 2 more actually. He's on the cusp of getting 2 more.
Finish car 3. Finish car.
Oh, he's not finished. He's not finished. Keep going.
Finish 1.
No confusion there. He thought he'd finished. He hasn't. By 0.8 of a second.
Finish 9.
So third place for Francesco Vidal. Slightly longer last laps. He thought he'd finished and then realised he hadn't finished. Which is never a great thing to happen. So Manuel Sendan, he won that one on a 15. Nuno Alvaro on a 4.16, and then just getting that last lap in was Francesco Vidal Cardona. But he did lose about 3/4 of a second, not realising he was on his last. He had another lap. Lots of cars getting ready to come out, but they got their 3-minute warm-up first, which will start exactly on time in about 45 seconds. So this one, they are holding him a long time, aren't they? They're really quite early. They're holding him for a while. Wind swirling around with a wind cam. It's now blowing mostly left to right across the track, but a minute ago it was going in a completely different direction. So it's blowing from behind the driver's stand. And these cars are quite heavily affected by aero, so there's 8 of them all released at the same time, so somebody's missing and not quite gone going. So Jose Angel Gutierrez Bo is starting off in car 6, Taikoni car 5 is second, Jose Miguel Blanco in car 4, Christian Lopez in car 3, Eduardo Tulac in car 2, Jose Felix in car 1, Jorge Prato Raul in car 7, and Vincente Garcia Ruano in 8, and Jorge Martinez starting 9 but in car 7. Not confusing at all. So heat 5 of the 9, 4 down. We're getting towards the end of qualifying at the EFRA 185C Track Euro Stone. I keep saying 1920. I don't know why I keep saying 1922. It is 2022. Honestly, it's not hard. I don't think there were no radio control cars in 1922. There's hardly any radio. Actually, the BBC launched 100 years ago. Yes, the BBC actually was launching on a kind of Cat's Whisker radio back then. A commentary in the style of a BBC announcer. And it's Jose Angel Gutierrez Bow leading from Clive Connolly. Obviously, the worrying amount of casual racism that will come out of commentating as a 1922 BBC announcer, so probably best not to do that. Here we go. And it'll be Jose Angel Gutierrez who goes off first. So before, this is just the warm-up lap. And then he gets to put the power down. So qualifying starts from there, through the pits kink, down into the hairpin bottom of the track, and then through the infield swoop. And they go round past the scoreboard, up the back straight. And it's the very difficult fast sweeper. Back on the mirror image. And then up and over timing and scoring. And you're only looking at about a 17 second, 17.5 second lap if you're doing it properly. That was an 18 one, but yeah, you've got to get warmed up. A bit wide. See Connolly already in the lead and goes through. So Gutierrez Bow not as fast as Clive Connolly. In fairness, Connolly has moved forward with the green car. Connolly has, on the whole, been towards the top of all the heats in this one, in heat number 5. So you're kind of thinking that means he might well make the 8th, he might be in the 16th, but he's got a way to go. Connolly looking good after 5 laps. Let's drop back a couple. 2 white cars having a scrap. I think that's the 2 and the 3. I think so. Might be wrong. Here's the 2, the first of the white cars. There with Delac, the Brazilian. And behind him, I think, is the 3. I need to wait to get this area of the track here where I can see the numbers. It was right, was the 3. And that's Christian Lopez from Spain. So Delac leading Lopez. They're currently holding 4th and 6th overall. As you can see, they're both just about fitting the frame down the straight. Not really racing, but they're trying to avoid tripping over each other. I think it's probably the correct way of putting it. And that green car, and Delac gets past the green car. Blimey, that was close. Green car did its best, but there's an element of confusion, as there often is when someone lets you through. Delac now in 3rd after that passing manoeuvre. Jose Blanco Bannister, who's 2nd, and still Jorge Martinez leading. Clive Connolly also going well. Connolly and Ballard still running 17.7s. So about one more, let's see what we get. One more of that. There we go, 7 car of Jorge Martinez, who is actually our fastest driver, I think, when all the staggers unwind. About to complete lap 13. On lap 13 now. Will quite easily make 14 laps. He remembers he's got to do it. There's no confusing beep then, so he's got this final lap to go. Running about 0.8 of a second faster than Connolly, who's completed with a relatively good last lap. So as long as there's no mistake here from Martinez, he will take this heat of version of heat 5, and he does it by 0.6 or so of a second. So quite a long one there, because of course he was right at the end of the run of cars and also the extra lap. So Jorge Martinez won that one 14.4.11, then Clive Connolly 14.4.12, Jose Blanco 14.13, and again a couple of hundreds back with Eduardo Lac in the 4th, and then you got Jorge Plata, Christian Lopez, Vincente Garcia, Jose Angel Gutierrez, and Jose Felix only got a lap. So that's heat 5 in the books. And now it's time for heat 6 as we race our way towards the end of qualifying. So again, they wait exactly till 5 past to be released. That's about 25 seconds away. You probably hear the wind is picking up behind me. It's just catching on the edge of the microphone. So I'm not sure you can hear it over the cacophony that is the engine. I think we're now up to 38 degrees. Just having a look here. This is a reasonable chance my phone will fail quite soon. 38 indeed. A couple of hours at 39 coming up. So this has Icor Saborit from Spain, starting first, car 6. Matti Calavio from Italy, car 5, starting 2. Then Nacho Lopez Luch, who's doing very, very well. And currently, I think he's in the semi-finals. In 4, starting 3. In 3, starting 4, it's Silvio Piparato from Germany. Cristiano Sartor from Italy is in car number 2, starting 5th. Simone Nardi from Italy is in car 1, starting 6th. Luca Elesi is in car 9, starting 7th. Gerald Colonet is in car 8, starting 8th. And Anton Gasquet is in car 7, starting 9th. Suffering rather much ear sweat at the moment, but that's just what happens.
All vehicles to the pit lane.
So, getting ready to go now with this one. "30 seconds till we're underway." So off first will be Ika Sabari. Grey, look at it, silver actually, green stripes. It's a grey silver, it's white in this one. I think there's definitely a silver element to it. So, timing starts now. Then your float. So car 5 is stranded in the middle of the track. That's Matteo Calavo. Sabarit, who we're with, leading by a 10th from Lopez Luch. Let's drop back one. Where is he? There he is. He's bright orange. It's car number 4, and it is Nacho Lopez Luch, who's trying to see if he can win this one. He's currently on the cusp of going straight to the semi-finals. So, good performance from Heat 6, because 7, 8, 9 obviously comprise about 27 drivers. As we seeded in at about 31, and he's looking to qualify in the top 16. Lines that one up, fires it at the corner. The vast tracks of this track are empty, and there's a kind of great clump of cars. Okay, let's get the next one. And that is car numero 3, which is Silverio Piperato from Germany. So Piperato is being followed quite closely by 7 of Anton Gachet. There he is. Now whether Gachet will catch up to Piperato over the next while. That's a minute and 10 really, because obviously they kind of rev up with the next bit. Getting very close now. So Gachet's got half a minute plus a lap. Yeah, I'm thinking he'd rather be passed, and hopefully he's not starting to timing himself off the back of Piperato, who's running in 8th. They're not horrendously off the pace.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1.
Both these get an extra lap. Lopez Lucia's moved into the potential lead and stays there. Got it by 2 seconds there with a 4:06.1. I think it's good enough to keep him up and about. Good chance alone will make the semis. And that's it for these two. Tom Gachet in the end didn't make it with fuel issues. Mattia Kulava, as we know, had a problem with the first lap. So it ended up being Nacho Lopez Luce who managed to pick it all up. And then Ika Sabarit was second. Or Ica, should I say. Simonardi, third, good for the Italian there, 4:10. Gerard Coronet, 4:11. Valentin, well, it's Luca Valentin. It's Luca Alesi was in fifth, and Cristiano Sato was in sixth. King's Nuts can hear the wind slightly. So the wind is a-blowing, as they say. So heat 7 of 9 as we get to the top end of the timing. Top end of the qualifying. This one won't be released for another 40 seconds. You're watching the EFRA 1/8 IC Track Heroes 2022 here from Altet, the Altet Club in Almafuces, just near Valencia. Thank you to the club for organising. Thank you to EFRA for providing the facilities and the finance. And thank you to you for watching. Are you watching on Facebook or YouTube? And you have many options on both. So they've opened the track at last for a 3-minute warm-up. So it's Luca Betti will start in position 1, but it's car number 6. In position 2, it'll be Victor Pelez in car number 5, and it's Eduardo Fernandez in car number 4, starting in position 3. And car number 3, starting in position 4, it's all very exciting, is Ruben Olivares, and then Maxime Ripoll, the car number 2 will start in position 5, and Enzo Battistini, you can see the nationalities there in the flags, will start in the 6th position with car number 1. Then it's around Michael Salvin, who needs another finish, starts with car 10 in position 7. Jose Paquito starts with car 9 in position 8, and Vincente Iris starts with car 8 in position 9. And at the back, starting last, but it doesn't matter because we're in an individual space, it's car number 7 of Andrea Catanzani. So a couple of minutes before 7 starts. Don't forget top heat is 9, so that's about, well, it's starting in about 15 minutes. That'll be less than that, actually. Let's see where we're at. How many participate in the Superpole? There are just 4 in the Superpole. Second, third, fourth and fifth. They get, they'll be going on at 4:30. They have 6 laps to set their fastest individual lap time, and it starts with the 5th place qualifier, then the 4th place qualifier, then the 3rd place qualifier, then the 2nd place qualifier. And those fastest laps will only count for that, because then after that, after the person qualifies second, it then goes on qualified then. So it's not like the person who's last in Superpole ends up with the 6th place qualifying. If they were the 2nd place qualifier, they'd end up third, you see what I mean? Getting to the end of this now. They're going to run into the pits. You see they're trailing in. A neat snake. So Luca Betti will lead them out. Actually, will he? Very late, the 6th there. No, he's being held back, so he got there too late, Betti. So actually it's the 5 that's gone out first of Victor Perez. Betti won't actually miss the whole thing, just come out last. Jump start? How can they call a jump start? They haven't started. I think someone was released wrong and they've got slightly unhappy about that one. Salvin towards the back. And we are the first guy, the 17.9 on that lap. Let's drop back one. And there we are with the 3 of Olivares. So Ripple's got a lot in the lead, is on the cusp of the semi-finals as well, so he's going to need to put in a decent time. Below us, really like a 14.05 or something, 04. Currently it's on for 14.06. The car was upside down in the middle of the field there. Yeah, let's drop back one more. We've got a retirement there. And that's a little pink car there shooting into frame of car number 1 of Enzo Battistini, the Italian sounding Frenchman. Battistini nicely around the bottom of the sweep there. Currently also scored first, which is bad news for Ripoll. He needed to get a very good score. Maxime, the young Frenchman, into semi. I think Bastien somebody else is probably on the edge, so he needs a good score as well. This is the yeah, there's a couple of cars that have been kind of handed around. They failed to finish. This is the yellow car 6 of Luca Betti, young Italian. About a minute to go. 14.04 for Enzo Battistini. That's going to be a hatful of points he's hoping. Will be enough to get him into the semi-finals. That's another question. Drop back one more, please. And the last 30 seconds, the white car running underneath me now, and that is the 5 car. Can't be the 5 car because the 5 car's out, even though it looks like the 5 car. So it's going to be the fact that I can't read the number on the side of the car. It's the 9 car. It's a very bad misread, 5 and 9. That's what's happened. That is the 9 car of Jose Paquito. Nicole's had a problem then to pull out, so that's bad news for Maxine, who won't make the semi-finals. Should make the quarters. Bamastini's still on for around about at 4 or 5. Let's see what he gets. 14.05 Babastini. Several 14s, including even Michael Salvan's got just clipped into the 14 as well. Luca Betti ran out of fuel on the last lap. A little bit of shouting going on. Unnecessary shouting, I think. I'm honest. There's your result. Enzo Battistini from Escalon, Fernando Escalon, Ruben Olivares, Jose Picadito, Vincenzo Ira Ramos. So that was 7. Of course, we're getting to the business there now. It's the last 2. It's the top 2 heats of the day. Lots to be decided. Not TQ. TQ's already been decided. It's gone in the favour of the man, the myth, the legend, Dario Balestra. A camera inside the podium to see the pilots will be thumbs up. Well, if you wait until Superpole, you may get your wish come true. PAFF Endorf. So actually chatting to us here on the RC Racing TV Facebook page. Can I ask, wherever you are watching us on, can you just give that stream a like? It helps on a number of levels. Doesn't cost you anything, doesn't earn us any money, but helps. Whether you're watching on Red RC or watching on RC Racing or whether you're watching on EFRA, just give it a like, as that helps the other people actually find the stream, be they on Facebook or they're on YouTube. It gets more likely put up, so maybe you do a very minor bit that actually helps you promote RC. So give us a like, press the like button on whatever way you're watching it. So 3 minutes of warm-up now for this penultimate qualifying heat of the event. They're going to start with Thomas Aitard in car 6. We'll go off first for France. Then John Ernen for the Netherlands. Car 5 will go off second. Then Filippo Domani. Safely in the semi-finals, I think. With car 4 will go off third. Then third and go off fourth will be Sergei Francodino of Spain. Mathieu Arnaud also doing very well semi-final wise. Car 2 will start 5th, then the car number 1 will start 6th, Jonathan Gannon of Italy. Marco Weideling of Germany, the car 10. He will start in 7th place. And then we have Timo Lini, who's had a pretty rough old event so far. He's going to be starting 8th with car 9. Herman Raiola, 9th with car 8. And then Alvaro Fernandez, 7th with car 10. So just bit me on the leg, which is very unpleasant and it didn't need to happen. I'm going to have a chat with several local agencies for animal protection saying I don't like them, they just bit me on the leg. So not long on this one now. There's the wind, you can see the flags are fluttering. Now it's just turned around slightly from being right across the track to more up the main straights, just swirling a little bit. What it's doing is blowing hot air around. It's like a Universe design hairdryer. And the cold water arrives to rescue me from the hot water, I've been thinking. Oh yeah, cold. So, minute to go before Heat 8 gets underway.
All vehicles to the pit lane.
Okay. Right, 25 seconds to go. I'm not sure what game you're playing, but there's something sitting in the track there. Is it a beetle or something? Is it a leaf? It's a leaf. It's right, it's not living. It's just a cold leaf there, right in the middle of the circuit. So first up will be Thomas Itard. Magic! Off they go. Heat 8. Released away. And Frenchman Thomas Itard gets this part of the final penultimate qualifying round underway. Okay. So his first lap is. Okay. And first lap was a 17.9. 17.3 from Damani. 17.4, 17.6. Someone's got to stop go, I think. Okay, let's drop back one. To the blue machine of 5 car of John Ehrman, Dutchman, veteran. To Ehrman that time around 17.6. They are quite quick. 14.3 on a prediction here. And that's Damani. Currently most popular. Ooh. So there's a little bit of company for Ehrman, and it is Filippo. So it's Filippo Gamanin, the X-Ray youngster, who is now powering up the straight and catching up. So youth, great driving by Ehrman. He's been in this game long enough to know sometimes just got to let it go. And certainly some good front end there on the Italian's car as he pulls away. Looking to qualify in top 10. I don't think much he can do to get into Superpole. On to 14.3 effectively. Not quite sure how the track has evolved speed-wise. Whether that be, top 5 overall or like 7th or 8th, and how many of the guys in top here will get past him. But Filippo has been commensurately impressive over 2 events now. TQ'd round and got into Superpole at the 1/10 IC track event in Gubbio. And here, against all the major competition in the fastest classes, he is running well. And 40 seconds to go. He's got a lead of 0.7 of a second on the rest of the field, but it's not really. The thing is, weird thing for Filippo is he's actually racing the people who are going to be in the next heat. Because the overall points he needs to get to move him up the qualifying tables, either higher start position in the semi-finals, because you do start from the grid, and the grid here is quite weird, you'll see it tomorrow morning, or you have to hope he might just crack Superpole. You do. Look, blind up there. Just run out of fuel. He hadn't finished. So Dominic gets a 14.03. So that's the end of that one. Filippo Domini, Anna Mathieu, Carmine Raiola, Jonathan Gandin. 1, 2, 3, 4. But the full results will be coming up in a second. Team Molina got a 5th. More points had recently. Alvaro Fernandez 6th. I think 7th, John Evan 8th. Sergei Frank 9th, and Marco Weidling was 10th. So now to get ready for the final qualifying race of the EFRA Track Euros 2022 from Amafuses near Valencia, the Altec Club on 8th track. This is the last one. There are no more. We have Superpole and finals after this, so the finals are all tomorrow, and Superpole's in some time ahead in the future. Thank you all for joining us. View of the pits. So it's Mirko, so they're going to go out in this order. They're not going to go out for 15 seconds. They'll get released, and you'll see the smoke rising from the left-hand side of your screen there as the consistent revving of the engines continues. There we go. So this final qualifying heat, round 5, heat 9, is going to see Mirko Salimi go off first in his car 6. Simon Kurzberg will go off second in car 5. Dominic Greiner will go off third in car 4. Robert Peach will go off fourth in car 3. Tony Gruber will go off fifth in car 2. So Peach has a problem at the moment. I'm not sure he's actually even taking part. He's up there, but I'm not sure what's going on. Pit's not running at the moment. And you've got Dario Balestra in car out 6 in car 1. Sylvia Hackler, car 10, is out 7th. Francesco Chironi in car 9 is 8th. Lamberto Colari is 8th in car 9. And Alex Thurston is running in car 10 7. Well, we don't seem to have Pietro, I think Robert's decided not to take part. He knows that all that happens, he can only be second. It's not going to change one with the other. He'll just be second, whatever happens. And he's elected to sit this one out, which is a little bit of a surprise. So the others all taking part. Usual checks down in the pit lane, engine temperature and the like. Last minute adjustments on the 5 car. And if you hear a little roll, this means his body isn't bent up. So, news so far, Pitch is not taking part in this one because he's up on the rostrum, but our second place is what he will be regardless. Decided to save the car and the tyres for Superpole. Now they're coming back in. That's Dominic Reiner's pink machine. A little bit more fuel. Away goes Mirko Salini. Had a bad run. Just take the second car, which is Kurzbuch. Not really seeing a lot of Simon. One back. Kurzbuch. One back. There we go. So that's Simon Kurzbuch. Up and running. First lap in the books for Kurzbuch in 1 corner's time. 17.1. More problems up there from somewhere. Sort of shouting. Hard to always tell who the shouting is. Oh, it's the mechanic for one of the cars, very unhappy. Interesting, so we've got a bit of a row there going on. Let's drop back one, and we pick up Dominic Greiner in the pink car. Massive row. I think it's the 3 cars mechanic. So it's a bit odd, call it Peach, so it can't be the 3 cars mechanic. No, it's a 4 cars mechanic, so it's actually Greiner's mechanic, I think, has got the hump. I'm not sure with, because obviously we're looking at Greiner now, and things are really upset. There's a lot of rowing going on here, and shouting, and oh no, it was a 6 car. It was a mechanic for the 6 car. It was Salome's mechanic. Something's happened. He's walked right off. He's not gone through tech. Put the car down. Absolutely livid. So something happened with Mirko Salami, and the mechanic was massively upset with it and decided to shout at everybody, and Mirko's no happier. So we have a bit of an emotional outburst there. But meanwhile, on the track, it's Kurzbuch from Gruber to Baleshi's actually now got the lead again by 2/10. Now Gruber, one of the people who's on the cusp of the qualification to Superpole, as is Greiner. Greiner's a couple of seconds off. Having lost 2 or 3 of the fastest drivers, lost 3 of them because he lost. Thurston's also had a problem, so a lot of the fast drivers had problems, which has kind of left it between Kurzbuch and Balestra. I think Balestra might even be, it's got half a second. Tony Gruber is getting a bit closer. Let's drop back. Let's pick up this next pink one here. That's the 2 car. That's it, we'll pick the 2 car. That is Gruber. So Gruber now has behind him Balestra. So that's your 2 and your 1. So Gruber and Balestra. Row continues on down below us. No idea what happened. Wish I'd seen it. Sounds great. Balestra catching up. Gruber. Oof. All the power and none of the direction of Balestra there, but he looks like he's going to get a 4 out of 5 TQ run. Though admittedly, Pietsch hasn't taken part. Now, the real question is who's made the other positions to join Kersberch and Peach in the Superpole. Just in the background, you'll see Balestra there behind Gruber. Balestra will take, and no one did 15th. It has got a bit slower. So anyway, it's got Balestra. Dario Balestra takes the, that's it, he takes the fourth of the 5 rounds. Simon Kersberch was second. Tony Gruber's third. Dom Greiner was fourth. Sylvia Hackler was fifth. Thurston came back to sixth. He always had a bad lap at some point. Seventh was Francesco Chillo. Lamberto Calari was eighth. Mirko Salimi obviously had a massive row and something went horribly wrong, and his mechanic was very upset. Still looked quite a little bit grumpy about the whole thing. Don't know what happened. And then it was Robert Pietsch who didn't bother taking part. There are your results in front of you. The key thing, which is far more important, is how has that affected the overall qualifying? So, here we go. Your pole position and straight into the main final is Dario Balestri. He qualified with 4 zeros. Your 4 qualifiers for Superpole are Robert Pietsch, Simon Kersberch, Dominic Greiner, and Tony Gruber. So Mirko Salimi, who's probably why he's quite annoyed, is your first person not qualifying for Superpole. So he qualifies 6th. In 7th overall is Alex Thurston, well done Alex, for GB and Capricorn. In 8th is Silvio Hackler. In 9th, great performance by Filippo Domani, the young 13-year-old Italian driver. 10th overall is Francesco Tironi from Italy. Mathieu Arnaud from France is 11. Carmine Riola from Italy is 12th. Lamberto Calari is 13th. Marco Weideling is 14th. Alvaro Fernandez Calvo is 15th. And then we have Nacho Lopez Luch in 60th. Right, that is it for qualifying. However, it's not it for the day, because next up in about 45 minutes is Superpole, featuring Robert Pietsch, Simon Kersberch, Dom Greiner and Tony Gruber. You can watch a nice holding screen till then, but we're back with Superpole in about 45 minutes. See you then. Okay, it's coming up to Superpole. The cars be on the track in about 5-6 minutes for warm-up, and the actual noisy noise starts at 4:30 today. 4:30 today. The noisy bits start. Regards to Angelo. That's from Simon Kurzbuch. And welcome back to Almafuses, the Our Tech Club, near near 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, well, that's the wrong one. That's mine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sound check. Anyway, now back at the story again. It's quiet, as you can hear, which means I haven't started the engines yet for Superpole. You can see the 4 drivers on the rostrum there. We have far left Robert Pietsch, then Simon Kurzbuch. You have Tony Gruber and Dom Greiner. There's 5 minutes of warm-up. And you hear their engines revving for all of them. And after 5 minutes of warm-up, they then go and do their 6 laps in the order Gruber, Greiner, Kurzbuch, Pietsch. So they will have 6 timed laps to this. That was a warm-up. Fastest individual lap counts, and the person who gets it goes into the final. Now, we spoke to all of them prior to the start of this process, and it's safe to say that the only person who thinks he's fast over 1 lap is Robert Pietsch, and the others will go, oh, no, I'm not fast. Oh, no, I'm just just for fun. Dom Greiner pointed out he's done it 6 times, hasn't qualified yet, so it's got to change at some point. So I think Simon Kurzbuch is quite confident, to be honest. Dom Greiner's already walking off the stand, which isn't a great start. Stereo. So we have an interesting observer here in our pole man. It's Dario Balesti. Hello, Dario. How are you?
I'm fine.
Just say that again. How are you? I had you on mute because I didn't want. So how are you, Dario?
I'm fine. And nice to watch. Nice to watch them.
Nice to watch and not be involved with.
Yeah.
So four TQ rounds. So it's going pretty well, isn't it?
Honestly, it was not so easy today. The track changed a lot. The car is not so easy to drive. So it was one of the toughest qualification, honestly. But yeah, everything was fine. I need to say thanks to my sponsor, because when you are TQ, it means everything was going good.
Well, when you got TQ at the end of round 4, you had a massive cheer, and it's very important to you. This particular class is really important, isn't it?
Because it was so close. So I already know when you mistake a little bit the brake and then in a corner, Robert would win. So it was really, really tough.
So you've proven you're the best over 4 minutes. Next time for you is 45. You don't even get the 20 minutes. You go straight to 45 minutes. What can you do to practice, to work out what to do for that?
Yeah, try tomorrow with the setup something change to keep alive the tires.
Yeah.
That will be the point of this final, because the tires go down so fast. So we need to find the best balance in the car that you can manage the tires.
Yeah, I mean, we were chatting to a couple of people in the pits, and they were saying they thought they'd be changing possibly twice in the 20-minute final. Is it that bad, the wear?
I think there are many, I think 2 or 3 different strategies that you can make. It would be interesting to see what the other also choose. But we will see tomorrow in the practice. We will check, we will keep all the dates to try to have the best strategy.
Is there anybody, like a teammate who's going to run the 20-minute finals, who you can work out from there what your wear is going to be?
Yeah, to watch the semi-final would be a big help for us, for sure. Yeah.
Because obviously, I don't want to bring it up, but it was, let's say, an error in your tyre strategy that meant you didn't get a chance to win in Gubbio a couple of weeks ago. So it must be very important.
Yeah, looking at the Gubbio, for sure we need to to choose the right one this time, and we try to avoid the mistake we make in Gubbio. Yeah, we will do our best.
Good stuff. Dario, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah,
I'll let you watch everyone else. Yeah. Thanks. Cheers, mate.
Ciao, ciao.
That was your pole sitter, Dario Balestra, who's up here enjoying watching his mates having to go through the pressure of the qualifying in Superpole. So they are on this 5-minute. They're on the 5-minute warm-up. They haven't actually started the countdown for the 5 minutes, so I'm not quite sure how that's working, but I think they're just doing it by hand, probably. Andrea's here, 16:30 CET. Yes, it is 16:30 CET. If you do hit the like button, I will be very pleased. Thank you, Peter Godge. German-speaking Superpole field. Time to learn some basic German cursing. Yes, very good point. Well made. Martin's Tom, I hope Piet's Robert wins Superpole or Greiner. Go Simon. We've got pretty much a spread of everyone's favourite who's going to win, who's going to not win. Good luck to everyone, says Rick Murray. That's quite nice. Got Tony Gruber there in the nearer the camera. Annoyingly standing very near a pillar. Next to him it is Simon Kisbert. Then from that far left you go to Rob Peach. And in the blue shirt is the lovely Javier Garcia, the outgoing president of EFRA. So the 5-minute countdown is finishing. Now, I'm not overly sure when it started, to be honest. Hi to all of you watching on Facebook, be it RC Racing TV's Facebook or EFRA's Facebook. Hello to EFRA YouTube. Hello also to the EFRA Red RC YouTube and RC Racing TV. We're all here. We're all one big happy family. People pulling in. All right. Track is closed, so it'll be Tony's chance to shine now. Six laps. Fastest lap. Ooh, fastest lap will be the one that counts. I like that Dario's not only watching this, he's watching this with a beer. Good lad. Start of his run, isn't it? All right, this is the start of Tony's run. Actually, I think he gets an individual warm-up, doesn't he? He gets a warm-up himself for a couple of seconds. Yeah, 2.5 minutes of warm-up individually. So Gruber gets a 3-minute warm-up on his own. Countdown there. Comes in. 2 minutes. Bit of chance of fuel up and a tune up. Looks down beneath himself. The right beneath us as well is the pit lane. Just the single engine screaming away this time. Down the main straight. This is a chance to try all those weird and wonderful angles you thought might work at some point. Can I carry more speed by nosing it in or backing it in, depending on how you got your brakes set? Picture of Constellation Gruber, even though it's still the warm-up, down to 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Probably may just pop back into the pit lane one more time, perhaps. Get a little bit of extra tuning. He knows it's a minute, that's 3 laps. So, picture of concentration. The pressure actually is really from the fact that the entirety of the pits is watching you. You actually, it's not really that difficult to do 6 laps on your own. It's just suddenly everyone's staring at you and expecting you to do something remarkable on the speed front.
30 seconds to start.
So he's got 30 seconds. That's 2 laps. So he's got this one, which is freebie. White and orange car. So Gruber with the Shepherd, with the lazy engine, a lazy tuned OS engine.
10,
Shepherd chassis.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
So the next time round, he will start his first timed lap. And let's see what he can do. And excitedly announced by the by the track announcer, the first lap. Runs down the straight. Beautiful sweep round the top corner. And the result of the first one is 17.2. Not probably because of the fact the track changes in temperature, you kind of wonder which is good and which is bad. But 17.199 is not bad, but are the 16.8s still in the track? 17.146, so it's pulled another 0.05 of a second. You look quicker, working up to it. I think you're going to need to go 16.9 to win this, but let's find out. I might be completely wrong this time round. Yep, 16.987. Very exciting for the track announcer there. So he's on a 16.98. Oh, absolutely screaming the thing down the end of the straight there. Sliding it beautifully. 17.07, so that's within a few thousandths of a second actually, but just about a couple of hundred less off. Not quite so good. I'm not sure about this one. It looked not quite so good going into the inner loop. Something that's deceptive. If I was a betting man, this isn't as good. And I'm right. 0.2 off. That was nice around there. Nice flow onto the main straight. Nice flow off it as well. It's better than last time, but whether it's better overall, not sure. That's just worse. So right. So obviously the grip went off a little bit. So 16.987 for Tony. And there will now be a 2.5 minute warm up for Dom Greiner. There's a beautiful pink car. Apparently this is Dominic's 6th attempt. It's the 5th or 6th, he said, attempt at Superpole. And he hasn't qualified for him so far, he said, so it's a little bit upsetting. So unfortunately the scoreboard resets each time, but so just so you know, it's a 16.987 which Dom Greiner needs to beat Tony Groomer. So Greiner, the Capricorn C804 chassis and the 1 engine, and of course is the 1/10th IC winner of the European Championship just a couple of weeks ago at Gubbio. Looking to his left, he's going to sweep underneath now. You'll see him looking to his right, obviously, or in the car. They go around the bottom of the track. None of this counts, of course. This is just the warm-up. They can make final tuning adjustments. They've had a general warm-up. I suppose probably mostly to wash a bit of the dust off the track. And now they're going into the one-on-one situation here at the EFRA 1/8 IC Track Euro 22. And thanks to EFRA for all their support of RC racing in Europe and their support of us as well to enable us to bring you this broadcast from marvellous Spain, where it's particularly warm, but by not moving at all, we're managing to prevent ourselves from melting. Okay, so Tony Gruber got himself a 16.987. Dom Greiner knows he has to beat. Not sure there's any tuning up going on there. Thinking about it. Dropped it down a little bit of chat on the headset to his team. And there is 1 minute 13. The countdown stopped then for some reason. You'll get a blip in a second, tells what the actual countdown is. 1:05. So, coming in again. Just temping the engine. Fueling it up. Here's where it's running okay. Trying to clear it. Clear it he has. 40 seconds or so till he starts to count. There's 5 to go. It's going to give him 2 more laps. So this one, and at the end of the next one, it all starts and it all counts. It's the start of his 6 laps. So coming in for another tune.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
So adjusting the engine right up to the last available moment. So it's absolutely adjusted to the temperature it is. And Dom Greiner, Capricorn and 1 engine. Here we go, it's starting off. A little bit of a kind of a float round that bottom corner. I'll lay judgment. That didn't seem the fastest way of going around the hairpin at the bottom of the track. A little bit of traction lost there, and first time round is a, what do I know, 16.995. So he's 7 thousandths off, but off he is. So Dom's car looking pretty damn quick at the moment. And then he goes with a 17.2, so it wasn't quite there that time. He is very much floating the car around those corners. He's looking at more Tokyo Drift than 1/8 track at the moment, but obviously the fastest way of getting it there. 17.1. So after his first one, needs to try and just put everything he learnt on the first lap together. $17.1 again. It's about 3 in a row he's on 17.1s. He's got a lovely groove for a race doing 17.1s, but this is not providing the top speed. And strangely, fastest on lap 1. Oh, that's costing him time, just that last corner there. Last lap. Look, it's fading away. Got close, but I believe there will be no cigar for Dom Greiner, unless this is faster than it looks on the TV. 998. So 16.995 is not enough, and it remains with Tony Gruber by 8 thousandths of a second. He is a little bit quicker. So the difference in the first two at the moment is 8 thousandths of a second. Next up will be former world champion, not currently, but former world champion, Simon Kurzbuch. Running with the Shepherd, obviously, chassis, and the Hazy tuned engine. So hello to everyone on the show. Good job, Tony, said Kevin. He was right. I'd like to see under the hoods of these things. Yeah, well, they're pretty much, there's nothing really secret on them more. They're a very long developed car. They make it look super, they do make it look easy in fairness. This is not easy. So Kurzbuch on the left-hand side there with the sort of Bole glasses with the iridium look to them. Who is going to take this when we get to it? So, Kurzbuch, 2 minutes to go of this warm-up. Not coming in for a little bit of a tune yet. I'm sure he will, as they warm the engines up. And they're looking for the nth of power. And that's when they'll start looking to tune them. Here we go. Have a look. They temperature check the engine. And you see a little bit of probably an eighth of a turn on either the high or the low end needle. The idle should be permanently set. Something I learnt in Portugal is you've got to start with the idle needle. That's what JQ told me. And once you start the idle, you can work the other two. If the idle's wrong, you'll never get it right, apparently. And apparently Matt, this is what he told him. So Matt is apparently is the man who told JQ that. I think it's unlikely, but there we go.
I made the video for HPI.
So, no, it's interesting because now Matt's saying he made a video for HPI which told you how to get the idle right first. If in doubt, it's probably all Matt.
1 minute to start.
There we go. Keeping yourself hydrated because it's blooming hot out here. 39 degrees now officially. Kurzbuch. Like a lot of people have done this before. Superpole brought in about 2015, 2016 we started doing this. Problem with the 2 years of the pandemic, everything else is, I say about 3 or 4 years ago, it means 5 or 6 years ago. I think the first couple of years we started, there were 4 cars that went direct into the final, wasn't there? And then they had no cars going direct in the final.
10, 9,
So they've tried a lot of different theories. This one they've stuck on now seems quite popular. Okay, so Kurzbuch restarting his timed runs when he crosses the start-finish line in about, well, 2 corners' time. That's corner 1, corner 2. What can Simon do? Powers it down through the pits kink. And now into the hairpin. Out of that, onto the internal loop. We said there's no point trying to try and steal too much time there. You'll lose it. Powers it down the straight. Nice sweep around the fast corner. Visually, that looked good. But it 17-1. So again, it's really only possible to tell how they're doing in relation to themselves rather than anything that happened before. Coach absolutely ladled that one round the top corner. 17-0. So he's taking the 10th off. He's going to keep on taking a 10th. Oh, that was a little bit wide there. He's going to keep on taking a 10th off. He'll be there in the next one. Absolutely screaming around the top. A little bit better around that corner there. So it might even it up. 17-1. No. And that's not good. No. So this one's a dead lap already. So lap 4's going nowhere. Kurzbuch eases back off. Looks to pick up speed here. And powers it out for another run on the 5th of 6 laps. Sweeps it round. Looking good so far, but it's only good compared to what he's done before. It's hard to see how he relates to Tony Gruber. Does look great round that top corner, that car. And switches by now on a 17.2. Just not there. You wouldn't think you'd look at it. You'd think, well, where is he losing any time? This car looks absolutely fantastic. But we've got a best of a 17.05, which is only, again, a few thousandths slower than the previous. It's on that psychological 17 rather than 16. Last lap round now, and Kurzberg goes across in a 17.1. So 17.053. So 500ths or 600ths out of the time he needs to get. So next up, Robert Pietsch, who in some ways thought he was coming here for fun, has found himself to be a lot more competitive than he thought he was. Doing a lot of work with the Mugen Sakai team, setting up touring cars, and working with Ronald Volker to improve that chassis and product. Doing a pretty good job, to be honest. So the last one is coming. Yep, 3 R-Hills. Have they got? Yes, they have got a gearbox. They've got 2 gears. Yep, they shift through. I think the first 2 turns. I'm not sure about that. I think it was more a case of. I don't think he ever got the hairpin right there. We're talking about Kurzberg, but you know. Hello to all of you watching on all our various outputs. Okay, 2 minutes of Robert. We will get a chat with the pole man straight, not the pole man, the qualifier straight after. If it's Robert, we'll just grab him. If it's not Robert, then we're going to have to go and get them from downstairs. Okay, so it's all very exciting, this final part of Superpole. How fast can Robert Pietsch go? 2 minutes, so he's going to come in. He's got a couple of laps. He can do a bit of tuning up. Robert Cole sat out the final qualifying round. Actually to save his engine. So because he ran out of fuel on one of the previous ones, apparently there's a huge amount of damage to the engine. I didn't realise that. He's sitting out the last qualified because he didn't need it. There's nothing he could do. Whatever happened, he was going to qualify second. So he thought, nope, I'll just sit it out. I'll watch everyone else. He's up in the roster and watch everyone else. That does mean he's not actually run the car for a bit longer than everybody else. He missed running after lunch, so he didn't run since this morning up until the warm-up a few minutes ago. I'm not saying they get rusty in 4 hours, but you know, every little helps, every little advantage you can get. You can hear the cars. When there's just one car, you can finally hear the gear changes. Here we go, minute to go. We're to go on the straight now, and so you can hear the gear change. How'd you get earlier change that time?
30 seconds to start.
Quite clever little centrifugal gearboxes, the way they change gear. An internal centrifugal clutch that engages at a certain number of revs and means the second gearing takes over. Okay, next time Robert passes the start finish, he will be on his timed laps. Here we go. Could do it in 1, could do it in 2, might not do it at all. That's not going to do it. So a problem there from straight away. round at the hairpin. Lost the rear end. Often happens the first lap, car's a bit looser. And his time is 17.4. Yeah, that was never going to work. He lost time. Well, he's already gained 0.2. He works it up. Full power down the straight. Hardly easing off around turn 1. Shooting into that, powering out. Breaking down. 17.3. Oh dear. Time's not there. Time's not there. I don't see where he's at 0.3 from. And are we going to see, for the first time in my memory of any Superpole, the slowest qualifier, the lowest qualifier, go all the way through? And will Tony Gruber qualify straight into the A main? I don't know where Robert's going to find 0.3 from. If anyone can find it, Robert can. Did it in the end. If anyone can do it, Robert can do it. That's the answer to that question. So, I'll do it run away. So we're just going to grab him very quickly for a chat. There's me saying he couldn't do it, and there it was. What do I know? What do I know? So I'm going to have a quick chat with him. Well, Robert, I was sitting there, and you did 17. Well, and you did 17.4 and 17.3. I said, well, I can't see him doing this. And next lap, bang, 16.9. How?
Yeah, I know the first 2-3 laps I struggled a bit, and I think it's because of the wind. Sometimes you get the wind over there, and then you lose the rear of the car. But I know I can do it, and I throw everything in, and it worked out.
Did you feel yourself that lap was a better lap? Because to me it looked like, it seems okay, but the previous one seemed okay as well.
Honestly, I didn't felt it was good enough, but I felt it was better, of course. But yeah, it was good.
And how much pressure is it up there on your own?
Yeah, the pressure is really high when you are alone on the driver's rostrum. You hear the first time your engine. To be honest, I was surprised how the engine is sounding. Because in the two sweeper, the RPM goes down so much, and I didn't felt in qualifying was the same, but obviously it was. But it's strange when you hear.
Because next time you get on track is not till the 45-minute final. So all you've done prior to this is 4 minutes or 6 minutes really with the warm-up. And it's a very different thing, the 45-minute final, isn't it? I mean, we had a chat online with Dario, and the big story tomorrow is tyre wear. I mean, how many times do you think you're going to check? Oh, Daniele. That's all we need, a man interrupting my interview. Come on. No, come on.
No, it's too much for me. I'm too old for this.
Are you too old, Daniel?
I'm too old for this.
What success.
Wow, it's amazing. I was happy also before because Tony was at the moment the leader. But yeah, I have special thinking with him in this track. We had...
We have a special relationship over many years, and this track for us.
We have account open, so then it's special. But I'm really proud also of Tony. Make really good job. So.
Thank you. I just could do that question. I said, it looks like Daniele lazy, by the way. That tyre wear is going to be the big thing. How many times do you think you're going to change in 45 minutes?
I don't know yet. We have to check our qualifying tires, and then we decide what can be the best strategy. But we're gonna see tomorrow. I guess it's even more hot tomorrow than today. So it will be really, really difficult in the final.
How surprised are you to be so competitive, just missing out on being the TQ and winning Superpole, when realistically you're not racing these cars very much anymore?
I know before this track is getting into my favor because I was already European champion 110 in this track, and also before we had won 1.8 euros here. I was also very fast there, but I had a technical issue, and so I had already a good feeling. And to be honest, I have not a small amount of practice, but with modified touring car, so. Driving is okay, I guess, and it's only the second time for 1.8, but in the end I have so many experience with 1.8, so obviously it's possible to compete still.
Well done. Good stuff, mate. And see you in the final. Thanks, Robert. Thank you very much. Robert Pietsch, your qualifier from Superpole. Well, that means we are finished from our broadcast for today, but we are back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's 9 o'clock CET for all the finals. It's final after final after final after final. Genuinely, we're running finals for about 7 hours in a row. Oh, and I should be wearing my shirt to face camera. Hang on. Hold on. That's a very good point. I need to wear my... So it's final after final. It's very hot. I can't wear 2 layers. Final. We're back at 9 o'clock CET with all the finals tomorrow. And we'll see you then. But until now, from Amafusa's track in Alta Valencia, have a lovely evening and none of you get sunburned. See you then.